para esta importante conversación. El continente africano ocupa aproximadamente el 22% de la superficie terrestre y alberga a más del 17% de la población mundial. Es impresionante notar que países como Botsuana, Libia y Ruanda están experimentando un crecimiento y desarrollo económico significativos. En el ámbito de los servicios, destaca el caso de Kenia, un pionero en el desarrollo y uso de tecnologías de banca electrónica y sistemas de pagos móviles. A pesar de estos avances, África sigue siendo en gran parte del mundo, incluyendo Latinoamérica y México, un territorio en gran medida desconocido. Algunos lo han denominado el continente olvidado, una región que a menudo se asocia con la violencia y la pobreza endémica. Sin embargo, es precisamente en América Latina donde podemos encontrar paralelismos y lecciones valiosas, ya que compartimos una historia común de colonialismo, explotación, pero también de lucha, desarrollo y dignidad. La historia de África es mucho más compleja de lo que comúnmente se asume. Por esta razón, actividades académicas como las que hoy se celebran en nuestra institución adquieren una importancia fundamental. Nos brindan la oportunidad de comprender la riqueza y complejidad de África, desde una perspectiva histórica, política, social y económica. Además, fomentan en las nuevas generaciones de estudiantes un interés renovado por este continente que tanto tiene que enseñarnos. Les deseo a todos ustedes mucho éxito en esta jornada de reflexión y aprendizaje. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos y bienvenidas.
Muchas gracias, doctor. Gracias por sus palabras y, bueno, no sé si también Arturo quiera decir algo. No sé si aprendió esa cosa.
A ver, sí. Bueno, pues antes que nada, quiero también a la vez agradecer al doctor Romero, profesor y amigo de muchos años, que nos haya dado la oportunidad tanto al profesor Cristian, que es de su casa, como a un servidor que es del CEA del Colegio México, para hacer este evento. Y como también ayer ya lo mencionábamos cuando se iniciaron los trabajos de las mesas ayer en el Colegio México, creo que lo más valioso y lo importante es mostrar que además de que reconozcamos a nivel académico la importancia de África, como ya el doctor Romero lo ha dicho, también poder colaborar juntos, yo creo que eso es valioso. O sea, es decir, también como que reunir fuerzas, esfuerzos, también, digamos, apoyar a los jóvenes profesores como Cristian y al cuerpo de historia aquí del CIDE, pues para tener más colaboración, más comunicación y pensar en el futuro quizás en eventos que puedan ser más incluyentes, de más participativos de otras instituciones, y yo lo celebro, ¿no? También algo que creo que ayer, no sé si lo mencionamos, lo valioso es que ayer los participantes que estuvieron y los que hoy tendremos, pues son de varios lugares, ¿no? Inclusive es un coloquio internacional, ¿no? A mucho orgullo, porque estamos teniendo colaboraciones también de universidades de Gran Bretaña, está el colegio, está el CIDE, prácticamente casi toda la planta del área de África del colegio participó y está participando. Entonces, para mí es mucho orgullo, gente de la UNAM. Entonces, yo creo que este es un ejemplo de que si se quiere, aunque haya que hacer el esfuerzo, pues se puede, ¿no? Y volver a agradecer a José Romero, también a Saúl, el secretario general del CIDE, que nos están apoyando en todo, y pues que sea el principio de una serie de trabajos conjuntos, profesor Romero, ¿no? Yo creo que este es un buen inicio, y también pues agradezco a Cristian la confianza y que hemos podido colaborar juntos y que la idea es ir digamos, siguiendo con estos esfuerzos y aumentando, ¿no? La capacidad para hacer este tipo de espacios, ¿no? Como este coloquio. Muchas gracias.
Claro que sí.
Bueno, pues yo brevemente, porque estamos también ya un poco retrasados, pero... Ah, no, ¿verdad? Bueno, les doy la bienvenida a todos. Algunos ya escucharon ayer la inauguración en el Colmex. Creo que hay mucho por explorar en términos no solo de históricos, sino también políticos, económicos, sociales, de desarrollo y demás sobre el continente africano, sobre todo por la relación que tiene. Uno cuando estudia África se da cuenta de que tenemos, como bien dijo el director, muchas cosas en común y que podemos aprender los unos a los otros. O sea, no es suficiente ver a África desde la perspectiva norteamericana, europea, sino que también nosotros podemos tender lazos de entendimiento de manera directa de América Latina a África. Y creo que este tipo de coloquios con las personas, obviamente, del Colegio de México, que tienen ya bastantes años estudiando el continente africano y lo que estamos haciendo aquí, puede tender esos puentes para que en un futuro se haga una escuela más fuerte en México de personas que estudien de manera directa esto que llamamos el continente africano. Así que, bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos los que vinieron y los que están online, bienvenidos. Y bueno, doy la palabra a Saúl Hernández para que...
Bien. Bueno, no me queda más que agradecer la invitación a inaugurar el segundo día de coloquio de África y nuevas perspectivas en la historia social y políticas y económicas. Celebro que esté aquí nuestro querido amigo Arturo Saavedra y Cristian Velasco como grandes organizadores de este coloquio, reuniendo al Colegio de México, al CIDE y además de otras instituciones como es la UNAM y la UAM. Y bueno, sin más que decir, inauguramos el segundo día siendo las 10:13 del 9 de noviembre de 2023 para que dé comienzo con el inicio de las charlas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a todos. Bueno, ya quedan 2 minutos. Yo creo que empezamos, ¿no? No creo que haya problema. Vamos a empezar con Beatriz. La primera ponencia que tenemos es de Beatriz Escobar, que es, viene de la Facultad de Ciencias Políticas, con una ponencia titulada Del Nobel de la Paz a la llegada de la guerra, el gobierno etíope y la construcción nacional, perdón. Voy a dar una breve síntesis, nos hizo favor de enviarnos una breve síntesis de su amplio currículum la profesora Beatriz. Ella es licenciada en Relaciones Internacionales por la Facultad de Ciencias Políticas y Sociales de la UNAM y maestra y doctora de Estudios de Asia y África, bueno, con especialidad en Asia y África por el Colegio de México. Es también maestra en Educación por la Universidad del Valle de México. Desde 2007 es profesora de asignatura de la Facultad de Ciencias Políticas y Sociales de la UNAM, donde imparte las materias África y temas contemporáneos de África para la carrera de Relaciones Internacionales. Es miembro del Seminario de Estudios Regionales de dicha facultad. Colabora igualmente en el diplomado en Estudios sobre África del Programa Universitario de Estudios sobre Asia y África de la UNAM. Ha trabajado en la Universidad del Valle de México, Campus Texcoco y en la Universidad Rosario Castellanos, impartiendo asignaturas diversas para la carrera de Relaciones Internacionales. Sus líneas de investigación incluyen los temas de identidad y procesos políticos contemporáneos en África, conflictos y procesos de paz en África, movimientos de refugiados en África y el papel de África en las relaciones internacionales. Y entre sus publicaciones más recientes se encuentran Geografía del conocimiento, desafiando los límites de las relaciones internacionales desde África y África en los programas de relaciones internacionales México, lecciones y perspectivas. Y bueno, justo viendo las 10:15, le damos la... Por favor, Beatriz, cuando quieras. No sé si vas a compartir también. ¿Sí me escuchas?
Hola, buenos días. Sí voy a compartir, pero desde otro dispositivo que desde donde estoy hablando no puedo. Entonces, espero no tener problema.
A ver.
Ok.
Sí, no te preocupes.
No sé si ahí se está viendo mi presentación.
Justo el tiempo. Perfecto. No, creo que no. A ver.
A ver. Ok. Entonces, un segundo intento.
Sí, no te preocupes. Sí te deja compartir, ¿verdad?
Sí, me parece que sí. Ay, no, no me deja. A ver, no sé por qué no me está dejando.
¿Qué hacemos?
A ver. Voy a volver a intentar.
Sí, no te preocupes, estamos muy a tiempo, de hecho. No hay prisa. Sí, sí le permite compartir, ¿verdad? Sí.
No, no sé por qué no me deja.
Sí, te envié la presentación.
¿Y si nos envías?
Sí, sí, de hecho, eso quería hace rato, pero no se pudo. Ok, entonces te envío la presentación y mientras voy... y mientras voy comenzando, ok, el tema de mi presentación es el caso de Etiopía y lo que ha pasado en los últimos años. Digamos que cómo se hizo posible que Etiopía pasara desde una cuestión de guerra civil eh, hacia una etapa un poco más pacífica que implicó sin embargo, muchos movimientos que expresaban el descontento de la población. Después de eso, cómo llegó a una etapa que era como más de esperanza, que implicaba la supuesta pacificación de todo el territorio y posteriormente a eso, cómo se pasó nuevamente a una etapa de guerra activa que acaparó un poco los titulares eh, de las noticias en años recientes. Entonces, para eso vamos a tener que revisar un par de cosas que son sobre todo relativas a la historia de Etiopía. Entonces, denme un momento, por favor. Justamente con la idea de que no se puede entender el caso de Etiopía si no se presenta, por así decirlo, si no se presenta el panorama histórico de una manera más amplia, porque si nos quedamos nada más con el retrato de los últimos años, pues en realidad no va a ser mucho lo que podamos entender. Entonces, a partir de eso, vamos a trabajar. Sí, o sea, la presentación me está volviendo loca.
Si me la quieres enviar, te digo, si quieres envíamela al correo y ya
Sí, sí, sí.
yo la pongo.
Sí, sí, sí. Ok. Ay. Ahí está. Muy bien. Listo. Gracias. Entonces, en México lo que sabemos de Etiopía realmente no es como muchísimo. Justamente vamos a hacer por eso una revisión pues más a fondo de la historia de Etiopía para poder entender esta cuestión de cómo desde haber recibido el líder etíope un premio Nobel de la Paz en el año de 2018, de 2019, cómo fue posible que la cuestión se invirtiera hacia, pues ahora sí que el tema de la guerra, ¿no? Entonces, así es como vamos a revisar. Vamos a partir de una frase que me gusta mucho de Nuruddin Farah, un escritor somalí, que sostiene que los países no son sino hipótesis de trabajo, portales que se abren al suponer lealtad a una idea. Y sin embargo, estos portales se pueden cerrar posteriormente cuando nuestra lealtad se consagra a otra idea diferente. ¿Qué nos está diciendo Nuruddin Farah con estas palabras? Pues nos está diciendo que los países no son realidades que existan de manera dada y para siempre, sino que son cuestiones que se van modificando a partir de la forma diversa en que se van sustentando las lealtades al interior de estos países. Y este es precisamente el caso de Etiopía. Muy bien. Básicamente, de Etiopía, lo que conocemos nosotros en México, sobre todo si vivimos en la Ciudad de México, es que Etiopía pues es una estación del metro, ¿no? Sí. Digo, me apena mucho decirlo, pero es una estación del metro y además ahora ni siquiera es una estación completa del metro, es media estación del metro porque ahora es Etiopía Plaza de la Transparencia, ¿no? Entonces, básicamente, si ubicamos el logotipo mismo de la estación del metro de Etiopía, esto ya nos está diciendo varias cosas. No sé si ustedes puedan ubicar mentalmente el logotipo de la estación de Etiopía, que en la parte de Etiopía es justamente un león. Y esto nos habla de cómo el país se ha configurado desde el punto de vista de la identidad a partir de un proyecto específico. Por eso Etiopía está representada en la estación del metro, que se llama así por la relación de México con Etiopía, no nada más porque como un dato curioso, pero bueno, esto está simbolizando la construcción de un proyecto específico de identidad desde el punto de vista del régimen etíope, del gobierno etíope. Y este punto de vista se ha ido comparando, se ha ido cambiando a través de los años. Ok, perfecto. Entonces, si nos vamos, bueno, ya pasamos ok, vámonos a la siguiente. Esta es la cuestión que les mencionaba de Nuruddin Farah y el logotipo de la estación del metro, que les digo, es un león y eso nos habla de cosas importantes para la identidad etíope que ahorita vamos a revisar. Y la siguiente, por favor. La otra cosa que probablemente algunas personas sepan, la siguiente, por favor. La otra cosa que algunas personas probablemente sepan de Etiopía es que fue el país africano, el gran país africano que pudo hacerle frente a los embates del colonialismo europeo y por eso en este mapa donde vemos la partición colonial básicamente de África, finales del siglo XIX, principios del siglo XX. Como ustedes verán, aquí a la izquierda en azul, a la izquierda en azul está el África francesa, en anaranjado marca todas las posesiones de Inglaterra, como Egipto, el Sudán anglo-egipcio, etc. En verde tenemos al Congo belga, en verde más oscuro tenemos posesiones portuguesas, pero Etiopía está en este color moradito un poco deslavado para significar que este país se mantuvo fuera de la órbita colonial, propiamente hablando, de los países europeos. La mayor parte de su historia, nada más va a haber un breve paréntesis en que Italia toma posesión de Etiopía, pero eso es durante el periodo de la guerra, de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, y va a ser nada más por un paréntesis de 5 años. Entonces es un periodo muy breve, por eso básicamente se considera que Etiopía es el único país africano que no fue colonizado. Siguiente, por favor. Muy bien. Ahora, las interpretaciones, como lo que mencionaba Nuruddin Farah, de las lealtades que se han construido en la historia etíope, van sobre... Hay muchas interpretaciones diversas. Etiopía es un país muy complejo, muy rico y que ha sido muy estudiado en la historia, pero hay básicamente 2 corrientes de interpretación que nos explican qué es Etiopía. Una primera corriente nos dice que es la orgullosa heredera de una cultura cristiana que data de siglos y siglos atrás, uno de los primeros países cristianos en África, con un cristianismo endógeno que no tuvo nada que ver con la presencia colonial europea, sino que se desarrolló de manera independiente por las propias características de la cultura etíope. Y esta cultura cristiana se mantendría básicamente en una parte del territorio de lo que hoy conocemos como Etiopía y con algunos grupos étnicos muy particulares, notoriamente el grupo Amara y el grupo Tigray. Ahora, la otra interpretación que se hace de la historia etíope es un conjunto de interpretaciones, digamos, pero la ven como un país que ha sido definido por el desarrollo colonialista, pero desarrollo colonialista interno de una élite que es justamente esta élite cristiana de origen sobre todo amara y también Tigray. Entonces esas son las 2 interpretaciones. Una que subraya está el valor positivo del desarrollo cultural de la cultura cristiana y la otra que señala la presencia de un colonialismo interno que permitió la construcción del país como hoy lo conocemos. La siguiente, por favor. Para la primera interpretación, pues el origen de Etiopía se remonta al origen mítico de la institución imperial etíope, que justamente se trazaría hasta la época del rey Salomón, porque se supone que el fundador digamos, del imperio etíope sería el hijo de Salomón y la reina de Saba, que precisamente se supone que la reina de Saba habitaba en Etiopía y tuvo un hijo con el famoso rey Salomón, que ustedes conocerán perfectamente de la Biblia, y a partir de ahí se traza el origen de la cultura etíope. La siguiente, por favor. Muy bien. Esto significa varios problemas. Aquí en esta diapositiva tenemos un mapa de más o menos lo que habría sido el origen de esta cultura etíope cristiana, que es el reino de Aksum. El reino de Aksum es el que está marcado en anaranjado y como ustedes pueden observar, ocupa lo que hoy es Etiopía, pero también ocupa una parte también ocupa lo que hoy es Eritrea, otro país diferente. Se supone que la herencia de Aksum habría sido recogida por los emperadores cristianos y desarrollada a lo largo de los siglos. La siguiente, por favor. Si vemos aquí, pues como lo señalaba hace un momento, esta Etiopía que conservó su independencia es diferente de la Etiopía que nos marcaba el mapa anterior, que incluía también el territorio de la costa, que actualmente es Eritrea. La siguiente, por favor. Dentro de la segunda interpretación del colonialismo interno, hay muchísimos autores, pero ahorita voy a citar a Holcomb y Sisay, que señalan que Etiopía fue creada cuando Abisinia, que es esta región donde se concentraba la población amara cristiana, se expandió a mediados del siglo XIX conquistando y ocupando por las fuerzas a naciones independientes con distintas lenguas y diferentes modos de vida, ¿no? Entonces, ellos señalan que la cultura cristiana sería una parte de lo que hoy es Etiopía y que además es una parte que se expandió a partir de la fuerza en un proceso de colonialismo interno. Siguiente, por favor. Muy bien. En todo caso, hasta 1974, que llega el último emperador, que es derrocado el último emperador etíope, Haile Selassie, este emperador todavía reconocía o sea, se ostentaba como parte de esta tradición cristiana que derivaba del origen mítico de Salomón y la reina de Saba, ¿no? Él se ostentaba como el 255 descendiente directo de Menelik, que es el hijo de la reina, es el mítico hijo de la reina de Saba y Salomón, de Menelik, hijo del rey Salomón de Jerusalén y la reina de Saba de Etiopía, ¿no? Entonces es un modelo que persistió mucho en las mentes de tanto de un núcleo importante de la población etíope como de los estudiosos de la realidad etíope hasta esta etapa. La siguiente, por favor. En 1952, había mencionado que hay una etapa de 5 años en que Etiopía es colonizada por los ingleses. En esa etapa, el emperador, que es justamente Haile Selassie, se ve obligado a dejar su país. Después, cuando los italianos pierden en la guerra, pues Haile Selassie regresa y nuevamente se reconoce su autoridad como emperador de Etiopía. Hasta ese momento todavía de la parte de Etiopía, sin contar Eritrea. Pero en el año 1952, pues la ONU tiene la genial idea de que como parte del proceso de descolonización de África, pues no saben muy bien qué hacer con Eritrea, y entonces decide que se puede formar una federación entre Etiopía y Eritrea. Esta federación que la ONU propone, pues obviamente Etiopía, el gobierno etíope la acepta encantado de la vida, y es disuelta una década después, no porque se hayan separado los países, sino porque básicamente desapareció la idea de federación y Eritrea pasó a ser una provincia más de Etiopía por decisión del monarca etíope. Siguiente, por favor. En 1974, ya había mencionado, es el derrocamiento del gobierno imperial, es cuando es derrocado el último emperador, Haile Selassie, y se instaura un gobierno socialista que es conocido, digamos, por su mano de hierro y por una fuerte represión en contra de diversos sectores de la población. Entonces, por una parte, el nuevo gobierno se pretende separar del gobierno imperial que le había precedido, pues subraya la necesidad de reconocer a Etiopía como una nación, digamos, multicultural, que abarca muchos pueblos, y a partir de eso, pues quiere establecer supuestamente en el discurso un nuevo tipo de relación con estos grupos no cristianos que conforman Etiopía. Pero como acabo de mencionar, pues hay una fuerte represión de los cristianos, de los no cristianos y en general de toda la población, que es lo que permite el funcionamiento de este régimen socialista. Y como respuesta se forman muchos grupos armados de corte etnonacionalista, como el Frente, los que están aquí, que son el Frente Eritreo de Liberación Nacional, el Frente Tigray de Liberación Nacional y el Frente Oromo de Liberación Nacional, de 3 grupos étnicos diferentes, ¿no? Bueno, de los eritreos, de los Tigray y de los Oromo. Siguiente, por favor. La acción armada de estos grupos pues va a debilitar al gobierno al régimen socialista y finalmente en el año de 1991 pues va a venir la derrota de este gobierno socialista como resultado de la acción combinada de estos grupos. De todos estos grupos, había, además de los 3 que señalé, muchos más, pero bueno, son como los más representativos desde el punto de vista de fuerza, y sobre todo el Frente Eritreo de Liberación Nacional y el Frente Tigray. Básicamente ellos son quienes derrotan al régimen socialista. Siguiente, por favor. Y entonces sucede que se instaura un nuevo régimen que es un régimen que va a tener una fuerte visión étnico-nacionalista. Por segunda vez en la historia se reconoce en el discurso la necesidad de darle valor a los diferentes grupos que forman Etiopía, pero además, ahora, además del discurso, se va a consagrar en la Constitución y se va a consagrar en toda una serie de documentos y en la formación política misma. En este mapa está representado la configuración, digamos, la separación política al interior de Etiopía, cómo quedaron las distintas regiones en Etiopía. Las regiones se organizaron, como ustedes podrán ver, porque aquí dice arriba, en anaranjadito dice Tigray, abajo dice Oromia, a la derecha dice Somalí, son los diferentes grupos étnicos que conforman el país. Y que se les da un nuevo estatus porque precisamente se reconoce como su valor y se les otorga un territorio en particular. Además de eso, Eritrea obtiene su independencia. Esto no es más que el reconocimiento del hecho de que Eritrea básicamente había vencido pues al régimen anterior, al régimen socialista, a través de la lucha armada. Y entonces no les queda más que reconocer pues esta victoria a través de las armas y por lo tanto Eritrea ya se separa oficialmente y se convierte en un nuevo país en África. Pero las tensiones no van a quedar resueltas con esta nueva configuración desde el punto de vista político. Al contrario, empieza la guerra con Eritrea, mucho con la idea que empieza a partir de una disputa de fronteras y parte mucho de la idea de que fue una traición por parte de los eritreos el haberse separado, pues porque ellos históricamente conformaban parte de esta gran Etiopía que era el área cultural cristiana, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Y además de eso, existe una falta de apertura política y también se sigue ejerciendo un cierto grado de represión en contra de los diferentes grupos étnicos. Lo que va a cambiar básicamente es que la élite ya no va a ser la élite amara cristiana, sino que ahora la élite va a ser la élite tigray, que fue el otro grupo que junto con los eritreos venció al gobierno anterior. Ahora, la cuestión es que la élite tigray también es una élite cristiana. Entonces, los tigray enfrentaban un problema desde dos puntos de vista. Los otros grupos étnicos, como los oromo y los somalíes, pues pensaban que eran una prolongación del régimen anterior, que era la misma cultura cristiana que los estaba dominando. Y además de eso, se agregaba que los amara pensaban que habían sido desplazados y esto llevaría que la formación de los estados étnicos, pues llevaría al rompimiento del país. Y sobre todo, una fuente de preocupación siempre era esta región marcada en anaranjado al sur de Etiopía, que es Oromia, ¿no? Porque los oromos son el grupo étnico más numeroso de Etiopía. La siguiente, por favor. Muy bien. Desde los 90 hasta el 2012, el régimen se pudo mantener en gran medida por la habilidad política de Meles Zenawi, que era el líder del Frente Tigray que había vencido al régimen anterior. Pero Meles Zenawi muere en el año de 2012 y entonces pues queda ahí una especie de vacío político muy importante. Y entonces está todavía el conflicto con Eritrea, que aunque ya no está activo, tampoco se ha llegado a una solución integral del conflicto. Aunque la guerra ya no está activa, no se resolvió el tema de la guerra como tal. Y todavía no tienen relaciones diplomáticas estos países y todavía hay mucho enfrentamiento entre ellos. Además de eso, están todos los otros grupos étnicos que se están enfrentando al régimen y que se quejan de que este nuevo régimen pues, no ha sabido canalizar realmente las necesidades de los distintos grupos más allá de la configuración de las regiones. Y entonces hay muchísimas protestas, tal vez ustedes hayan escuchado acerca de las protestas oromo, que fueron muy importantes desde el año 2005 y hasta el año 2018. Entonces, es un largo periodo. Meles Zenawi le supo hacer frente, pero cuando muere él queda un vacío de poder. Siguiente, por favor. Y en 2018 sí, sube al poder este personaje, Abiy Ahmed, que se convierte en muy relevante para la historia política de Etiopía. Él va a hacer varias cosas. Primero va a liberar a los presos políticos que había, que eran sobre todo de las diferentes organizaciones étnico-nacionalistas. Va a destituir a los funcionarios que habían sido acusados de violar los derechos humanos. Luego, en algo que se volvió muy famoso y que fue el eje mismo de la... Perdón, está pasando la basura, pero no lo puedo evitar, que fue el eje mismo de el cambio que se proponía en Etiopía y que fue la razón de que le dieran el premio Nobel. Se restablecieron las relaciones diplomáticas con Eritrea. Ay, denme un segundo, por favor. Ok, denme 30 segundos en lo que se cae la... Ok, entonces se restablecieron las relaciones diplomáticas con Eritrea y se suponía que esto era como una señal muy importante de que la realidad en Etiopía, la realidad política estaba cambiando. Además, se disolvió el partido gobernante hasta entonces, que era el partido que fundó Meles Zenawi, que era el PRDF, el Frente Revolucionario Etíope Democrático, y se formó, a partir más o menos de las mismas bases, se formó el Partido de la Prosperidad. Sin embargo, bueno, Abiy Ahmed en esta época se volvió muy popular, muchos lo comparaban con Mandela, muchos lo comparaban con Barack Obama, y se volvió como toda una personalidad en este tiempo. El problema fue que esta transición y la disolución del EPRDF, muchos estuvieron de acuerdo en Etiopía, pero muchos no estuvieron de acuerdo. ¿Quiénes estuvieron de acuerdo? Muchos de los grupos que creían que el EPRDF no representaba sus intereses. Quienes no estuvieron de acuerdo, muchos de los que pensaban que el federalismo étnico que se había establecido anteriormente sí reconocía sus derechos y que su desaparición iba a ser como una nueva etapa de su juzgamiento por parte de las élites tradicionales. Siguiente, por favor. Entonces, en una...
Quedan 2 minutos.
Sí, gracias. Ya a punto de cerrar. En una cuestión que fue muy problemática, sobre todo para el grupo Tigray, la disolución del partido gobernante pues significó la pérdida del poder del grupo Tigray que lo había ostentado hasta entonces, y ellos fueron los que se opusieron de manera más activa, además de una serie de grupos más pequeños. Pero bueno, los Tigray habían ganado la guerra anteriormente, entonces tenían una fuerte presencia militar, y entonces, como una respuesta al temor del gobierno de Etiopía por lo que pudieran hacer los Tigray, pues con diversos sustentos que se basaban en acusaciones pues que han sido bastante discutidas en contra del Frente Tigray, comienza la guerra en esta región. Y entonces esto hace que la guerra en Tigray se convierta en el legado, uno de los legados más notorios del presidente del primer ministro que había obtenido el Premio Nobel de la Paz, ¿no? Entonces, esta...
Ay, congeló.
Un segundo.
Ya estás otra vez en línea. Creo. No.
Ok, no. Entonces, esta situación se convirtió en justamente el legado de quien había obtenido el Premio Nobel de la Paz, irónicamente, pero es un derivado de toda esta historia compleja de las relaciones interétnicas o intergrupales, al interior de los diferentes grupos nacionales, en el caso de Etiopía. El actual gobierno etíope pues se impuso por la fuerza. Los acuerdos de paz que se alcanzaron en Tigray el año pasado básicamente pues tratan de dejar sin poder al grupo Tigray. Y el problema es que la cuestión de fondo, que es esta cuestión de las relaciones entre los diferentes grupos que conforman Etiopía, no se ha resuelto. No se resolvió con la guerra, al contrario, con la guerra se agudizó y definitivamente no se resuelve con los acuerdos de paz. Entonces, en este momento la situación todavía está, digamos, ahí pendiente de ver cómo se resuelven con estas evoluciones, pero los diferentes gobiernos, ya para cerrar, los diferentes gobiernos de Etiopía, pues no han mostrado realmente como una sensibilidad a los problemas de la población, y esto ha llevado a esta paradoja, que el mismo hombre que obtuvo el Premio Nobel de la Paz por haber terminado una guerra, fue el que inició el siguiente conflicto de manera muy importante. Y hasta ahí lo dejaría. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Beatriz. Muy interesante, la verdad. Muchas gracias. Bueno, en la siguiente ponencia es de Aida Bashar. Aida, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Are you sharing a presentation or something?
Yes, please. Can I use it on the share screen?
Yes, you can share it. Yes, you're allowed.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Can you?
Should
Can you see it?
just yes, just put full screen and I think that works. No? Well,
That's
I don't know if
okay?
you want to. Yes, I think that, or maybe you can.
When you see this, you see the notes, right?
Yeah, because we are saying the exactly. You can see the notes and. When they do that. It's the same.
Okay.
In that way, it's fine. Huh? Don't worry. That's enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Well, I want to present Aida. Aida is a researcher, PhD candidate at Durham University. Her research focuses on the history of constitutional making in Sudan, where she looked at the role that different actors, policy events have played in constitutional development and negotiations in 1956. More broadly, she's interested in Sudan political history, decolonization theories, and racialized generate discussion in Sudan. And today we are presenting a paper called named Constitutions, Coups, and Continuity, Sudan Promise Stability During the Military Rule. Whenever you want, thank you, Aida, for being here. And
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to present virtually at this important conference. So for my presentation, I was hoping to speak about the history of constitution making in Sudan and how coups and constitutions have been used by military actors throughout Sudan's history to assert their rule. And my hope is to provide a historical context to the conflict that is currently ongoing in Sudan today. So I'm hoping to bring some parallels together. So a bit of background into the current conflict in Sudan. It started on April 15th, 2023 of this year. And it is a conflict between two warring factions of the military and a militia. And this current conflict has created a humanitarian crisis throughout the country, infringing on people's rights and denying them the necessary protections that should be afforded to them by the state. These rights should be protected under a constitution, but Sudan's recent political history has demonstrated that constitution making is not a clear-cut process. A state's governing document, as you all already know, is a constitution, and that is how people are afforded their rights and securities. Therefore, a constitution can be used to safeguard a population, or at least that is what the ideal use is. However, the relationship between constitutions and their populations is more complex than that. So I hope to delve into that throughout this presentation. In addition, and most importantly, the relationship between a constitution and the people of a country is determined by those in power who have a seat at the table. I'll refer to them as constitution makers. Let me just go to the next slide. So the military as constitution makers, what does that mean? Globally, not just in Sudan, constitutions are often a product of the involvement of external actors. As such, constitution making can be viewed as a top-down process. However, that doesn't mean that a country's population should be excluded or that they're ignorant from constitutional issues. In Sudan, fundamentally, what we see is that throughout Sudan's protest history and revolutionary history, because Sudan has quite a long history of protests, with the most recent one beginning in 2018 until 2019, these revolutions have been led by constitutional issues. And by that, I mean that people talked about important issues through these protests, such as inclusion, peacemaking, empowerment. These are all notions that are considered constitutional and are part of constitutions. However, these ideas and hopes and dreams can be exploited by constitution makers and the governing political actors. This relationship is most apparent during times of political change, and namely coups that change the fabric of Sudan and disrupt constitution-making processes. As my slide says, Sudan's military has had a long history of involvement in politics and constitution making. Military rule in Sudan has run from 1958 to 1964, 1969 to 1985, and 1989 to 2019. And there have been several successful and unsuccessful coup attempts. Throughout all of this, and if you were to do one quick Google search about constitutions in Sudan, what you will see is that despite the coups and the military rule and the different governments, Sudan has constantly been in a search for a permanent constitution. And I'm talking about from independence. Since 1956, when Sudan gained independence, they've been searching for a constitution. So I believe that an understanding of Sudan's constitutional history and the involvement of the military in constitution making can reveal important patterns that reflect dynamics we see today. Sudan's military has a long history of being involved in constitution making, and I think that's worthy of further exploration. So what I hope to argue in this presentation is that constitutions have been used as a tool by military governments as a way to entrench their rule in the country. As a result, in Sudan's case, the security sector has reproduced itself and strengthened its grip on the country's political apparatus. A historical analysis of the relationship between coups, the nature of military governments, and constitutions sheds light on the modern political situation. But before I go into the case studies that I want to briefly present to help link Sudan's constitutional military history to the current events that we see today, I wanted to touch lightly on the nature of military coups and why they happen and what their relationship is with democratic transitions. So I'm arguing that military coups in and of themselves are unconstitutional acts, and they change existing institutions to lean towards a military's favor, thus allowing them to retain power and control. In Sudan's history, military coups have succeeded, especially in moments when they've intervened during democratic transitions, where constitutions are being written. Sudan has had several different democratic transitions throughout its history, and these democratic transitions have proven to threaten military elites' interests in the countries. And therefore, these actors will often pursue coups to veto these transitions. As the examples I will explain later will demonstrate, military coups can actually benefit from taking advantage of these transitional processes and moments of constitution making when institutions are yet to actually consolidate in the country, because this provides a window of opportunity for military leaders to be especially active and assert their authority. So there are definitely a lot of consequences to military coups, but the ones that I want to focus on for the sake of this context is that coups can bring a halt to constitution-making processes that happen during democratic transitional periods. democratic transitions, even with their weaknesses, do provide an opening for change. In the same breath, coups also provide an opening for change, but this change is often less representative than in democratic transitions. Those who take control via military coup usually come from one unified ideology and share a common goal of taking over the state, or at least that's how they project themselves at the beginning of taking over. In addition, halting constitution-making processes during democratic transitions can leave a state extremely vulnerable. There is no direction, no shared vision, and therefore this leaves room for exploitation by greedy individuals, as well as an action that can disenfranchise populations in several ways. So to go briefly into the coups that I have been mentioning and why they're significant and how they relate to constitution making and political change, I wanted to focus on these two coups, one of the most significant coups in my opinion, because they led to extremely long rules. The first one, 1969, led to a 17-year rule by President Ja'far Nimeri, and the second coup that occurred in 1989 led to a 30-year rule by Omar al-Bashir. And both of these examples kind of prefaced constitution making, and they both halted transitional periods and constitution making processes, bringing about the development of single party states. So those are the similarities that they had. For instance, in the Free Officers Coup of 1969, so the Free Officers, inspired by Jamal Abdel Nasser's Free Officers movement in Egypt, staged the coup in 1969 and halted the 1964 to 1969 transitional period. And this coup was staged. There are a variety of different reasons why this coup was staged, but perhaps the main one was that there was a lot of opposition and conflict within that parliamentary government, and therefore the Free Officers movement saw an opening to penetrate that. The second case study, and probably the most significant with relation to the current events that we see in Sudan today, was the RCC, Revolutionary Command Council coup that occurred in 1989, which was a collaboration of some members of the Sudanese Armed Forces and the National Islamic Front, who had long since the 1970s, they'd been developing this ideology and organizing themselves within universities and communities and the military in order to stage this coup. And they're noted for being quite an organized group of people. Of course, both of these groups in 1969 and 1989 started to develop into something else, like different types of parties, but that's out of the scope for this presentation today. However, what I do want to note as very important is that these coups didn't develop in a vacuum. If you look at the Revolutionary Command Council, something that was quite interesting is that it partly arose out of these Islamist military rulers feeling very isolated from what happened with the Free Officers coup. And I think this is an example of how the security sector in Sudan has been able to reproduce itself, and that's something we're going to see. That's something that we see even happening today, and I'll delve into that in a bit. So when both of these coups took power, eventually both of them decided that they were going to embark on constitution making projects, and this is significant on several fronts. The main one being that regimes can develop constitutions to assert their rule and quell dissent. So militaries entrench their power through constitutions. For instance, they can give themselves veto power over constitutional amendments, personnel decisions, budgetary allocations, and so on and so forth. However, militaries can also use constitutions to assert rule and quell dissent. So I just want to briefly touch on the constitutions that were made during both of these regimes. The first regime, so Nimeri's regime, which was a product of the 1969 Free Officers Coup, created the 1973 Constitution, which arose out of this need to quell dissent in the country. There were several coup attempts after Nimeri took power, and so to assert themselves, they developed the 1973 Constitution. On the other hand, the Revolutionary Command Council's constitution, so under the Bashir regime, developed a constitution in 1998 for similar reasons, to present itself to the international and domestic community as a legitimate regime, because that was something that was being questioned due to the fact that they staged a military coup. And yeah, so they both created these constitutions to assert and quell dissent. The Bashir regime as well developed the 2005 interim constitution, part of the comprehensive peace agreement with South Sudan, because there was also international pressure to address the war that was occurring in North and South Sudan. So why do I bring all this up, or why are these constitutional discussions even relevant? And I hope I've demonstrated that Sudan's long history of constitution making has been influenced by military actors. And that's not dissimilar to the patterns that we see today. In 2018, Sudan staged a popular uprising throughout the country, which brought down the dictator Omar al-Bashir, who I was just speaking about, who came to power in 1989 via the military coup. His regime was toppled in April 2019, and this signaled the beginning of another transitional period, and with it, constitutional discussions. In August of that year, a draft constitutional charter was signed by the revolutionary actors and the armed forces, who were also partly responsible for toppling Omar al-Bashir. These groups agreed to form a transitional government, and part of this transitional government was the Transitional Military Council. And their role was to develop political institutions and return to a democratic system, as most transitions are. However, the Sudanese people continued to protest, with many groups calling for an end of this collaboration with the army that was so reminiscent of what we had seen in the past, that the army was being involved in constitution-making processes. So many people in Sudan were very much against this. And their worst fears came to realization in 2021, when a coup d'etat was staged by the military that were meant to be collaborating with the civilians. Parties abroad and domestically called this an unconstitutional act. So I hope here that we can see these patterns that have existed since Sudan has gained independence, of collaborations with the military, and then a coup is staged, and it's called unconstitutional. And all of these dynamics have led to the current conflict that we see today. As I said in the beginning, in April of this year, Sudan, a war broke out between the Transitional Military Council, so two different parts of the military, armed forces, and rebel militias have been fighting until this day in Sudan. And I think this conflict is just a very clear example of the entrenchment of the military, that regardless of what constitutions are made and transitional governments are formed, there's always going to be a vie for power. And I want to just point out one final thing, is that the people of Sudan have not stopped trying to imagine an alternative constitutional future for their country. As you can see in this slide, the last thing I've written is the Revolutionary Charter for People's Power and the Charter for Establishment of the People's Authority. And I just want to make reference to this because these are documents that were formed by Sudanese civil society that possess constitutional visions. They are the wants, demands, and needs of the Sudanese people who have undergone a long history of exclusion from constitutional spaces. And so ultimately, this exclusion is from constitution-making processes is part of the reason why people have now developed alternative political and constitutional imaginings for Sudan. And to this day, the civil society groups are still in Sudan, still trying to fight for these constitutional visions and futures, despite the violence and humanitarian crisis in the country. These civil society groups, the constitutions, and the people that they have put in power are against what many people in Sudan are hoping for. And these groups are the ones that continue to express the three no's. The three no's that the civil society in Sudan have been chanting for is no negotiations, no partnerships, and no legitimization of the military and their involvement in politics. So I hope that this presentation has shed light on the patterns of exclusion and domination that have occurred within Sudan's constitutional history. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Emma. Sorry, thank you, Gaida. Sorry, we really appreciate it. We have, I won't stop sharing. Oops.
I think I have to stop share. Oh,
yeah. Okay, perfect. Well, now we have a Niels Bohr. Hi, Niels.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, I see you.
Well, thank you for accepting the invitation. Well, Niels Bohr, it's a four-year PhD student and Chancellor International Scholar at one of the best universities in the world, Warwick University. So he project concerns on the legacies of Mau Mau uprising in colonial Kenya, investigating the interaction between colonial counterinsurgency and post-colonial politics. He works on the his work has been published in the Journal of Social History and Imperial and Commonwealth History, and most recently spent the summer as visiting fellow at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. And today, Niels is bringing a paper that is named Uhuru Chiefs and the emergency headmen, local politics in post-colonial central Kenya, 1963-1969. So welcome, Niels, and thank you for this.
Hi, thank you very much. Can I just check if my slides are all working all right? Can you see them?
Yep, we can see them.
Great, perfect. All right, then I'll get started. So first of all, thank you very much for Christian for inviting me and allowing me to speak from across the Atlantic here in Oxford. So let me start with a bit, sort of clarification that I'm a historian. I'm talking about some political science themes here, but I'm coming from a sort of historical perspective. And I'm really trying to look, and it's quite interesting following up from the previous talk, from the sort of lofty heights of constitution making, I hope to take you to the very sort of nitty-gritty of post-colonial local politics, but still interested in that same process of the construction of post-colonial governmentalities. And as a general note, I'm looking to publish some of this work. So if you have any comments or feedback, I'm very glad to have them. But let me get started. So amid the jubilation that accompanied Kenya's independence on the 12th of December 1963, not every family enjoyed the festivities. The central Kenyan district of Nyeri abounded with threats and rumors of blacklists. Those said to be in danger generally are all persons known to have been loyal to the government during the emergency, wrote a local administration official about the families who had sided with the British government during the brutal counterinsurgency waged to defeat the Mau Mau insurgency in the previous decade. Ex-Mau Mau were deemed to be behind the rumors and counter-rumors, demanding that those who had struggled for freedom should now inhabit the offices of those they had once fought. Loyalists would face higher tax assessments under the new dispensation, said the rumors, and unjust land redistribution that had happened during the emergency would be turned back. Now, in response, the leading agitators in Nyeri were taken to the capital, Nairobi, for the Independence Day celebrations, where they were feted by the nationalist elite. Whereas locally, brewing was curtailed and extra police patrols were instituted around the houses of prominent loyalists. So in the end, independence passed fairly peacefully in Nyeri, and the ruling party's youth wingers had enthusiastically cooperated with the colonial government, and preventative security arrangements had prevented any excesses. Yet the fears and rumors of 1963 were real, albeit filtered through the minds of administrators who themselves often belonged to the loyalist class. They feared their society's discontented, the ex-Mau Mau, who had lost their war, but now felt they could win the peace. So it is these fears, the activism of ex-Mau Mau and the negotiation between themselves and the so-called loyalists, which I seek to understand in this paper. I argue for the persistence of an anti-colonial form of grassroots politics inspired by decolonial conflict and along the fracture lines produced by that period. Mau Mau's ideology, best described by Fred Hobson as self-mastery through land, a moral and at once very real clamor for redistribution and reshaping of local power structures, was not stamped out by the transfer of power to African nationalists during the decolonization process. The post-colonial settlement was in fact much more of a bricolage of different governmentalities, a product of debate and contest, and as I will argue in this work, an eventual reconciliation between different factions. I think the Kenyan story, which so often has focused on the making of ethnicity and the high politics of the bureaucratic executive state and neo-colonial inheritor of developmental colonialism, can best be understood through a grounding in the story of particular localities, and in the case of this paper, the very specific job of being the local chief. And this is not just a story of resistance, but rather of a tissue of conflict and collaboration, reconciliation, and coercion. Now, to make that point, I draw on the rich historiography on African decolonization, which has developed especially since the 1990s. And seminal to this study is, of course, the work of Frederick Cooper, who considers the radical flux and possibilities of the post-war decades as futures remained open and contested. Cooper emphasizes the politics of citizenship, which blossomed from the late 1940s to the late 1960s. But I think that we need to pay more attention to the latter half of that process. Why did these closures happen? How did they happen? And in what sense were they incomplete? In what sense did the closures of this period allow for new democratizing possibilities in the 1980s and 1990s? So, the most sustained attention to local nationalism in East Africa's decolonizing period has come for Tanganyika, especially in the work of James Brennan and Emma Hunter, which I draw on. In their work, moral questions are not separate from political history, but central to it. And I think this quote from Emma Hunter is particularly illustrative. She argues that political debates were local in the sense that they attacked corrupt chiefs, tax collectors who enriched themselves, district officers who imprisoned unjustly or denied aspirant politicians a voice. Yet they were also universal because these were debates about the nature of authority, including political authority, and the relationship between individual and community. And looking at how those debates carry on into the post-colonial period is one of the purposes of my work. Now, I also draw on John Lonsdale's idea of deep politics, that field of tension between the high politics of power and constitution making and the low politics of the household, gender, and factory floor. And the question of chieftaincy, I think, provides a representative example of that tension that hides within the bureaucratic prose and factionalism deeper questions about the future of local communities, who is to wield power, and what relationship the citizen has with the center. Now, one last word before I dive into the specifics of my story, and that's the stress sources. I use primarily local records I found in the Kenyan National Archives, primarily from the District Commissioner's Office. But I also use memoirs that address political life in central Kenya and the oral histories that I've conducted there. But the problem with these latter two is that they almost never address these incredibly local battles over chieftaincy, conducted by people who were often not thought to be of national importance and therefore didn't leave memoirs or other records. So what we are often left with is the paternalism of the colonial and post-colonial bureaucracy, and we need to try and cut through that in our work. And therefore, I use my prior reading and deeper understanding of the Mau Mau to try and find the political meanings behind these struggles, easily dismissed by official sources as being purely about version and stability by real people with real political projects, which is our challenge to recover. So, chiefs in colonial Kenya were the primary interface between people, everyday people, and the officials of the colonial state. Below white provincial and district commissioners, in the actual villages that made up the so-called native reserve, the local authority was the chief, aided by a subordinate stratum of headmen, and below that, tribal policemen. Now, crucially, these chiefs in central Kenya, which I focus on in my paper, had very little legitimacy in the eyes of people. Jomo Kenyatta, the first colonial president of Kenya, and himself, sort of popular anthropologists, had written in his book Facing Mount Kenya that appointed chiefs had no legitimacy in the eyes of the Kikuyu, upon whom the institution of chiefship had been imposed by colonial government. The great Kenyan historian Godfrey Muriuki sees government-appointed chiefs as a motley crowd of mercenaries who were elevated to the position of feudal lords after they had helped with the colonial conquest, and sees them as one of the main cause for grievances among the Kikuyu. They were the chief enforcers of the second colonial occupation, the developmental colonialism, which enforced land husbandry, cattle dipping, and terrace digging. With their connection to the colonial administration, they had moreover become a wealthy and conservative political faction in the debates about freedom and morality, which became especially prominent among the Kikuyu in the 1940s. So they therefore then became the primary local enemy in the political opposition, which would lead to Mau Mau, far more so than the very distant and abstract colonial government. Now, in the words of the great historian Mahmoud Mamdani, the Mau Mau uprising saw the routine violence of indirect rule, in other words, chiefship, explode like the fragments of a cluster bomb, leaving in its wake blood-soaked homes and fields. The African officers of the colonial administrations were chief targets of the Mau Mau killings. On the other hand, chiefs, headmen, and other Kikuyu members of the civil service were crucial to the conduct of the emergency, deciding who would be detained and who would eventually be released. Local dictators, as Kikuyu communities were concentrated in so-called emergency villages. They commanded the Home Guards, a loyalist force who would eventually be larger in terms of members than the Mau Mau themselves were at their height. In this sense, within the anti-colonial revolt, which Mau Mau undoubtedly was, there was a clear component of civil war. How best the community ought to be governed, who should organize landholding, and what ought to be done with those who collaborated were all up for debate, and opinions were enforced in arms. On the other side of the divide, Mau Mau also wrote about the importance of chiefship to their struggle. Elisha Mbabu mentions in his memoir the talk in the forest with promises of so-and-so will become chief as they mentally shared out all the beautiful houses of the chiefs. And after the insurgency was defeated, and we can accurately say that the shooting war was sort of over by 1956, new subversive organizations that arose tended to appoint shadow chiefs and headmen, illustrating the importance of remaking the provincial administration to the populist Mau Mau view of Kenya's future. And the politicians that arose in central Kenya, often themselves related to loyalists and who had sat out the emergency, often because they were being educated abroad, burnished their populist credentials and tried to appeal to an ex-Mau Mau audience by arguing that chiefs should be popularly elected. And it's that question of how chiefs should be chosen, whether they be appointed by central government or elected by the people, that becomes a key controversy in the 1960s. On the other hand, these nationalist politicians also told the existing chiefs that their power would be retained. And it's that dynamic, that reconciliation between populist wishes and the establishment of the chiefs that I think is a guiding force over the coming years. Now, so while Mau Mau was defeated as a military force by 1956, institutional reforms and the inclusion of Africans in politics had gradually begun in that period. And that elevated this new class of non-Gikuyu or educated abroad nationalists who were willing to accept a less radical and more constitutional transition. And often these were the sons of the loyalist class themselves, although after 1960, when the emergency was ended, they had to incorporate prominent political figures who had been in detention. This meant that just as Britain was encouraging a stable and steady decolonization, the winds of change, on the ground, old conflicts were being reopened. Throughout the latter years before independence, and so I'm talking about the 1960 to 1963 period, there were constant reports of villagers berating chiefs, refusing communal labor orders, and break-ins at chiefs' camps. In the town of Theba, KANU, the major nationalist party, which had the near universal loyalty of the Kikuyu, their youth wing announced that unless Kenyatta, who had been released and become the leader of KANU, agreed to replace all chiefs, their members, there could well be another Congo in Kenya. And that that tension was directly linked to the emergency record of many of the chiefs. As early as 1957, the district officer in Mathera requested the removal of a headman who, while very effective at the height of the emergency, quote, as soon as peaceful conditions returned, his tough attitude had been doing more harm than good, close quote. Many former so-called rehabilitation assistants who had been the sort of chief torturers and violence workers in the detention camps had been promoted to headmen and were now filtering upwards through the ranks of the provincial administration. And citizens knew this. For example, when towards the end of 1960, there was a boycott of tenants in the Nairobi township of Dagoretti because a certain boarding house had a landlord who had been a loyalist chief with a, quote, bad emergency record. Now, Kenyatta was worried about what this instability would mean in his own Kikuyu community. So he was warning about the disregard of authority, stressing that chiefs and headmen should rather become members of KANU in its struggle for independence. So local government, as I hope I'm sketching here, was a key arena in the transfer of power, as local councils had become pure loyalist vehicles in the years before, but now were being transferred to nationalist control. And an interesting situation emerges here, which meant that the local branches of KANU, the Nationalist Party, tended to be dominated by ex-detainees and Mau Mau radicals, the loyalists would directly fault them. However, conscious of the need to preserve power at the center, and when the colonial government moved to decentralize the provincial administration, it was in fact the KANU nationalist leaders, with Kenyatta foremost, who fought to retain the powers of local government with the office of the prime minister and later president. And Angelique Hauregard's quote here is particularly illustrative. Instead of institutionalizing democratic processes, both the colonial and post-colonial state emphasized that politics was dangerous and that political activity had to be curbed to preserve civil order. Chiefs and headmen thus did not become political officers as they did in neighboring Tanzania. The 1930 Chiefs Authority Act, which made chiefs the primary agents of law and order with the backing of the administrative police, was kept on the books, and KANU would be relatively weakened. So a need to balance the factions in KANU meant that the political radical and Luo politician Oginga Odinga was appointed to the Ministry of Home Affairs, which allowed him, as a radical, to remove the most recalcitrant chiefs and civil servants who did not change with the times. And this was directly in response to political pressure from below, as indicated by this quotation from the Provincial Commissioner for Central Province, and took the form of enforced retirements of chiefs and headmen over the age of 50, a way to easily purge those chiefs who had been deeply involved in the emergency without explicitly saying that was the reason why they were being sacked. Yet this did not mean that all were covered, and particularly younger men who had been rehabilitation assistants were not sacked in this move. Only really the sort of senior chiefs who were sort of prominent political figures were sacked in this move. But the real political debate emerged when these chiefs had to be replaced. That's when the debate over election or appointment appeared. So capturing the openness of that immediate post-independence moment in 1964, this selection process was first done through a sort of hybrid political administrative process. And to sketch that for you, applications were received, a shortlist was made by the district officer, and a panel of local politicians, including the KANU branch chair, interviewed them, after which the top candidates were voted on in an open meeting by the people of a certain location. Now, remarkably, hundreds of applications streamed in for these positions, and people campaigned for support more enthusiastically than they had in the general election, according to one officer. District commissioners were warned by the provincial commissioner that the process was very sensitive, and if it was handled incorrectly, a very serious security situation might emerge. Now, in order, I've read dozens of these cases of these elections, but to make a general characterization of how they went, district commissioners tended to recommend figures like headmasters, large farmers who owned a lot of land, officials in the cooperatives, or tax clerks who had some support in the community, and tended to disregard the local KANU chair, who often tended to be an ex and often tended to be the most popular in the community. This, however, also led to popular backlash, such as when in Aguthi, when the public refused to attend one of these public meetings because the KANU chair who they had suggested was not off by the district officers. And these complaints often were inflected by post-Mau Mau issues. For example, when former rehabilitation assistant David Gutonga was appointed in the Genge location, despite lacking any significant popular support. I would suggest that these appointments were about deeper questions, not just of personnel, but about land redistribution and post-war justice, as it was chiefs who held key roles in the distribution of land, development resources, and collected taxes. Now, I want to zoom in specifically on Nyeri here because it was a focal point of the Mau Mau uprising, and I've tried to tabulate these cases of different chiefs being appointed, illustrating how this was an open and contested process that shows the kind of compromises made in the post-colonial state. And I'll give you a few examples. For example, Peter Waititu was appointed by Odinga's office in Othaya, despite having only 21% support from the community and being ranked 6th by the district commissioner. KANU complained that this was actually the actions of the local MP, Henry Warithi, who hadn't listened to the public in making his choice. And they were worried about Waititu's appointment because he had been associated with the secret society known as Nyandarua, which had advocated for major post-emergency revisions to the status quo, essentially getting rid of loyalists. And elsewhere, special complaints were targeted for the opposite reasons at a man called Hezron Y, who had been a headman during the emergency. And the controversy that especially brought him to light was when a local school that had been built by self-help funds, he decided to appoint the Presbyterian Church as their advisors, and a school board elected by those who had contributed to its construction. KANU, on the other hand, demanded that the board be run by government and a school board elected by the inhabitants on a democratic basis. Now, I think this controversy, which is very local and very sort of communal, actually illustrates these larger debates that were going on in communities about who should control government, who should control things like school funding. Should it be the wealthy, who tended to be ex-loyalists, or should it be the community as a whole, which would end up benefiting the ex-Mau Mau? So many of these debates emerged. This particular case of Hezron Y led to the MP Marithi leading a delegation to the district commissioner. The district commissioner was really what should happen with people who serve the government. But there were other cases like a former Mau Mau general Ndungu, who was appointed as a chief and ended up behaving quite well according to the colonial government. Now, there was one last case which I'll point out here, which is that of Gitahi Wachira, who was appointed by the colonial government despite being by the post-colonial government rather, despite being an ex-detainee and supposedly because of his links with politicians. But local KANU ex-detainees ended up complaining about him. And that was because reports emerged that he had, when he was in the detention camps in the 1950s, confessed, collaborated with the colonial government, and actually become a torturer himself. So despite being an ex-detainee and having a background as being sort of radical, because of his collaboration, all these stories and wounds were being torn open in the battle over chieftaincy. And I think these kind of issues go precisely to what I'm trying to prove here, which are the deep politics of decolonization and the way they stitch together governmentality, the legacies of the emergency, and ideas of how the future Kenyan state should be governed at a local level. Now, to conclude, several politicians over the years after 1964 retracted the policy of electing chiefs and once again gave the discretion completely to the provincial administration, which the President Kenyatta variously supervised in Central Province. By 1967, the election of chiefs was taken entirely away from a public procedure and now ascertained by a panel of 6 reliable elders, whose recommendation could be freely changed by the provincial commissioner. As Duncan Ndegwa, then head of the civil service, wrote later, electing chiefs had often given rise to divided loyalties and made it difficult to impose the normal civil service discipline. The discretion of local government was also reduced more and more as power was concentrated in the
You are breaking, Niels. 1 second.
You've got a few more minutes, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So I want to suggest here this. So, thanks. I want to suggest here that this was a much more contested process. Kanu was a local player of real significance, and some element of reconciliation most certainly continued. There were no simple continuities and no total revolution, in which local agency in continuing forms of anti-colonial activism was present, and that's the best way we can understand the post-colonial condition. I look forward to hearing your questions, and thank you very much for letting me speak. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Bueno, muchas gracias a los tres ponentes. Tengo algunos comentarios, pero la verdad es que preferiría pasarlos primero el micrófono a ustedes y ya después, si le queda el tiempo, preguntar yo. So, if you have any questions or something, please let me know.
Para Beatriz, puede ser
que... Sí.
So, okay. I will start with my Spanish colleague, and then I will make some questions to the participants in English. Okay, Beatriz, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, claro que sí.
Bueno, mira Beatriz, me gustó mucho tu presentación. Quería hacer solamente un pequeño comentario, espero no ser inoportuno, porque estabas mencionando, bueno, yo coincido contigo de todas estas típicas historias mexicanas sobre lo que es la historia de la estación del metro de Etiopía, ¿no? Yo en algún momento, alguien me comentaba, yo no sé si tú lo sabes, es decir, el símbolo del león, obviamente, conociendo nuestros estereotipos sobre África, pues mucha gente plantea eso, pues como Etiopía se ubica en África, pues ponen un león. Pero alguna vez yo conocí gente que hacía los diseños o que estaba involucrada en los diseños de las estaciones y decían que no era tanto por el estereotipo de África, sino por el símbolo del león de Judá, del imperio etíope. Entonces yo no sé si tú sepas si realmente hubo ya esa, digo, porque esa es una aproximación mucho más culta al tema de lo de Etiopía, ¿no? Y también recordar que en realidad, pues si se llama Etiopía, esta zona fue por la visita de Selassie en 1954 a México, invitado por el entonces presidente Luis Cortines, que además marca una historia muy interesante porque aunque pues sabemos bien que los países africanos son bastante marginales, Etiopía sí tenía como esta cercanía, inclusive tengo entendido que es el primer país que estableció formalmente relaciones diplomáticas con México, y que además pues hay toda esta historia de cuando el gobierno de Cárdenas condenó la invasión italiana en 36 y los lazos de amistad, inclusive había creo que ya no existe algún centro o algún comité de amistad, que inclusive en alguna época la entonces esposa de Lázaro Cárdenas, la mamá de Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, de la señora Solórzano, era la presidenta. Entonces, pues es interesante porque aunque nosotros sufrimos de estos desconocimientos, el caso de Etiopía es muy particular en la historia diplomática de México, ¿no? Ese es, bueno, pues es así comentario para que tú me des tus impresiones. Y la otra sería, bueno, tú dentro de tu análisis de lo que sucedió, la situación reciente aquí en Etiopía, ¿tú cómo ves el futuro próximo? Digamos, ¿se llegará realmente a solucionar el conflicto entre la zona del Tigray y el resto de Etiopía? También está el problema de los Oromo, que creo que también lo mencionaste, y pues en ese sentido, ¿tú vislumbras que pueda haber una solución al corto plazo dentro de este conflicto? Esa sería mi pregunta. ¿Quieres que ya haya mis preguntas en inglés? Okay. Now in English, I have a question to Aida Abashar about her presentation about Sudan. Because you mentioned, well, obviously, I must say that I'm not fond on topics of Sudan, I must say. But the point is that to me it's a little bit surprising to hear that in the history of Sudan since the independence, there were certain moments of political transition, because the turmoil of 2019, when there's a civil protest, made me think that even that there's a very strong history of military governments and military rule in Sudan, there was also a civil opposition, civil society, which tried to demand the end of this kind of regime. And actually I remember that it was famous, an association of women, now that we're talking about gender topics, that there were professionists, that they organized a very strong movement inside the opposition parties to demand the change of the regime. So in that sense, I think it will be interesting to even that the main topic I understand is the part of the military. I think it will be interesting that you can tell us a little bit more about the part of the civil, the civil side of this story, okay? And for Neil Bonder, I understand that your research is more focused in the case of Kikuyu, also because the history of the Mau Mau and the way in which the independence was made in Kenya. But in my opinion, I don't know if this problem of the chieftaincies has also to do with the ethnicity problems and the constitution, a new kind of government. I mean, when we talk about parliamentary or state or ministers, there was impossible to avoid a confrontation with these traditional systems, political systems, inherited from the colony, and also with the new perception of the government. So, for example, you mentioned Odinga. Odinga was Luo, and also he had political pretensions to be the successor of Kenyatta. So the relation of the perception of chieftainship has to do with this discussion. So I would like to know more about your opinion about this. This will be my, okay?
Somebody else? Justin?
Justin.
Sorry, it's a bit loud. Thank you all three for your presentations. I've got a question for each person, although my question for Ida is more in the nature of a kind of comment, because of course Ida gets to hear my questions probably too much of the time. For Beatriz, I'm afraid, of course, I didn't follow all of your presentation because of my absence of Spanish, but I wondered if there's anything to say about Abi's religiosity. You mentioned the kind of what some people call the great tradition of Ethiopian historiography, and you began with that. And of course, Christianity plays a large part in that. Abi is a Christian, but he's a Pentecostalist, and I wonder how that plays into the current politics and what there is to say about that. Niels, thank you. That was great. A question for you, which in a way perhaps reflects Arturo's. You told this as a central Kenyan story, but of course the same thing is happening across Kenya. Uhuru chiefs are not a phenomenon that's restricted to central, and I wondered how much actually your story is specifically a post-emergency story, and how much it's actually a story about Kenya as a whole, because there are Uhuru chiefs, they appear in Nyanza at the coast. This happens everywhere. I also have a kind of secondary question, which is about tax. And I'm not sure when you end, but one of the great unstudied things about chieftaincy in Kenya, to my mind, is the fact that at the end of the 1960s, of course, chiefs stopped being involved because GPT is abolished, and chiefs no longer have any tax collection role, which I think actually in important ways changes the nature of chiefs' relationships with their populations in a way that nobody's really thought about. Ida, thank you. My observation for you is really about one of the images you showed. It was a fantastic image of that moment when Burhan and the others are all holding up a copy of the draft agreement, and that made me think about the performative nature of constitution making, both because the image itself is very striking, because they're all standing in front of a screen with the doubled images of themselves behind them, which is kind of visually weird, but also because of the ambiguity of the moment, because they are simultaneously making a kind of collective affirmation, but they are also perhaps claiming ownership. They are also perhaps saying something about transition. And so it seems to me that image captures sort of the ambiguity of constitution-making processes. And I wonder if there's, well, there's probably more to say about that.
You can answer if you want first. Beatriz, no sé si quieras contestar primero.
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, respecto de las preguntas que me plantea, los comentarios que me plantea el profesor Saavedra, sí, efectivamente. Efectivamente, el símbolo de la estación de Etiopía tiene que ver, y por eso decía yo que es como una especie de representación cultural de toda la situación digamos, histórica en Etiopía, porque efectivamente el león que viene en la representación de la estación del metro deriva de esta idea del león de la tribu de Judá, que era, no olvidemos, uno de los títulos con que se ostentaba, con que se ostentaban los emperadores etíopes. Haile Selassie, además de ser, como había comentado hace un rato, el 225 descendiente de Menelik, se ostentaba también en uno de sus títulos como el león conquistador de la tribu de Judá. Y justamente esto nos habla de la herencia, de la fuerte herencia que en la institución imperial tuvo el tema del cristianismo. Entonces, por eso, digo, además de como dato curioso, también por esa cuestión decidí incluir la representación en la presentación, justamente porque tiene un fuerte vínculo cultural, ¿no? Respecto de las perspectivas, es todavía, digamos, un poco temprano para saber qué puede pasar, pero al mismo tiempo nos podemos dar una idea de lo que puede pasar en cuanto a la situación de tensión entre el Tigray y el gobierno de Etiopía. Respecto de estas tensiones, los acuerdos de paz que se alcanzaron son, digamos, bastante desventajosos para el grupo Tigray porque pues se impusieron por la fuerza militar por parte del gobierno. Y entonces, desde mi punto de vista, lo que pasa en gran medida es que se repiten de diferentes, digamos, como que se reciclan estas cuestiones de los temas étnicos que nunca se terminan de resolver, se desactivan durante un momento, se desactivan durante un periodo, pero nunca se terminan de resolver. Y entonces esto genera toda una serie de problemáticas que se van arrastrando. No me extrañaría, porque además de los Tigray, que fueron los protagonistas de esta última guerra, también están todas las tensiones que se viven con los somalíes, con otros grupos oromo que tampoco están muy contentos con el gobierno y con numerosos grupos más pequeños. Entonces, todas estas cuestiones no las ha resuelto tampoco Abiy Ahmed y de esta manera quedan ahí pendientes. No me extrañaría que en algún otro momento, dentro de poco tiempo, relativamente dentro de pocos años, volviera a haber un conflicto si es que las políticas oficiales no cambian de una manera más profunda. And to the question that you made me, Professor, about Abiy's religiosity, Oromo are a peculiar group in Ethiopia. The main groups are, they have a majority religion. Amhara people are mainly Christian. Tigray people also mainly Christian. Somali people are basically Muslim. Oromo, because of the geographical situation and the history they have, they are a combination of different different religiosities. Abi precisely is a Christian, but her mother, I think, was a Muslim. For some people, that was like a kind of hope signal, but in the end, I think Abi is not so guided by the religiosity as by the ethnic factor. That's why the main point in his period has been the thing with Eritrea, the reconciliation with Eritrea, and the problem with Tigray. I think it's more on an ethnic perspective than a religious perspective.
Aida,
thank you all for your questions and comments and for engaging with my work. Your comment, Professor, about your question as well about civil society demanding an end to a military, that's, incredibly important. And it's something that I look at more at length in my research. As you rightfully said, Sudan has a long history of mobilization and civil society that have existed even before independence. During the colonial era, as early as the 1920s, Sudan was there were revolts and protests in Sudan against colonial rule, and then in post-colonial Sudan, which is mainly the focus of my work, we have seen 3 large-scale protests that occurred that have brought down these military dictatorships that I spoke of. So there was one in 1964, one in 1985, and then the most recent one that began in 2018. And these are incredibly worthy of note, and it's something I signal to a bit in the sense that when we're discussing what people's hopes are for their nation, it's these protests that I personally believe display those hopes and those type of discussions. But because of, and this is why I'm focusing quite deeply on the military, because the long history of military rule in Sudan shows how entrenched the military has been in controlling these processes. So for instance, in Sudan's revolutionary history, there are several instances where the military has sided with protesters, almost as a means to an end, and gotten themselves a seat at the table. And that has an enormous impact to what happens to civil society in transitional periods. And then just one quick note on transitional periods and how they interact with civil society. And again, this has a lot of colonial legacies, is that a lot of the same political elites and actors from the same families, from the same political parties, still exist in Sudan today, and they have a strong political hold on the country. And what does that say when over 70% of Sudan's population is under the age of 27? You have the same kind of politics that continuously come up. And this is something, those elites are the ones that will always have a seat, that have always had a seat at the table in the transitional periods. And then I think relating that to Justin's comment about the ambiguity of constitution making, and just this general question of whether having a constitution is useful or not. I completely agree that that photo that I shared of Burhan and Hemeti signing the constitutional declaration in 2019 is incredibly symbolic in the sense that it represents the transition and it represents change. But there is some, I think it also represents that the military can be a constitutional actor, the same way that Sudan's history has shown that the military can be a constitutional actor. And that's something that has been quite underexplored. There's been a lot of focus on the political political elites that have taken this space. But because of the ambiguity of constitution making, this is why I think it's useful to look at less so the existence of a constitution as a codified document and what it says, and more so what a constitution and constitution making, so by that I literally mean the process of creating the constitution, what it does in political terms, what it means for the people that go to the streets and revolt, and how that can be either co-opted or articulated in different ways within these political circles and the actors that occupy them. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Niels, please.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you both for those questions. They actually try and draw out some of the things that I would love to talk about a bit more. So I'll take the ethnic question. I'll take it in two parts. First, I'll talk about sort of interior to the Kikuyu, and then I'll talk about the more comparison. So I think that the idea of chieftaincy and its importance to local power structure means it's a key crucible into what John Lonsdale calls moral ethnicity. So thinking about it as an ethnic question, I often think that the most useful way of thinking about ethnic questions is how an ethnicity is constructed sort of internally. And these debates over what constituted chieftaincy, how they should be elected, what powers they should have, who should have the right to hold these positions, are exactly the kind of internal moral debates which kind of set the parameters of an ethnic group, because those are debates that could only be had sort of internally. But that links to the sort of broader comparative question, which is, as Justin, as you pointed out so correctly, is that the political processes are happening everywhere. Like the decision to retire chiefs over 50, this hybrid administrative political process that I described, that happens everywhere. So these processes are occurring in all these places, but they will be inflected differently by these different moral debates that are happening in different communities at different times. There are different pre-colonial traditions of chieftaincy that the colonial state kind of rode roughshod over and imposed this sort of single administrative structure. So all those debates come sort of roaring back in the 1960s. And I actually think that the focus on sort of the exterior boundaries of ethnicity in a lot of recent work has often meant that those internal debates about things like chieftaincy have been neglected. And actually, as I was writing up this paper, I tried to go look and see if there was good literature on these kind of debates for other ethnic communities in Kenya, and I couldn't find any. So I'm happy to take recommendations on it. So I know that these debates occurred in other places, but I think it's not been given sufficient attention in the scholarship. And I focus on Central Kenya specifically because this is like, I came to these findings as part of a general look at the legacies of Mau Mau, and this kind of came in as one of the important ones. And then on the final point about the abolition of GPT and the importance of that to the process is, I completely agree that this is like a really significant change in the constitution of local government, and it comes at the same time as kind of county councils are stripped of their important powers. So I would place it as part of that centralization of power with the center that comes with, like, as you said, like a financial role. And I actually think the fact that chiefs are so important in the collection of tax, and I remember there was a study from the 1960s that said chiefs spent 30% of their time working on these tax issues. So it really is crucial to their role. That takes away one of the key sort of factors that makes these debates so important in the 1960s, because in the 1960s, for example, in the post-Mau Mau debates, there were these rumors that I mentioned at the beginning that the independence would mean that these new sort of chiefs, these new sort of Uhuru chiefs, would impose higher tax rates on loyalists and things like that, which was so central to people's kind of financial lives. So that's one really important way in which chiefs were so significant in the 1960s. And when that gets taken away, that is just more power to the central government. And I let me end on this, is that one of the factors that I see in trying to explain that centralization of power by the end of the 1960s is the fear of sort of political chiefs that were appointed during this period that might not sort of benefit the political goals of the center. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know. Andres.
Hello, this is a question for Aida, probably from a position of great ignorance, but I study constitutions and military role in constitutions in Mexico, and in the 19th century. So it's a long way removed from what you're doing, but the question that I had while I was listening to you would be, if you want to consider the military as a constitutional actor and somebody who is a political actor, obviously, I was wondering what kind of arguments do the different military people use, men use, to justify their actions as constitutional actors? Because in Mexico, they developed a whole language in order to defend and justify the presence of the military as in politics. And so if you want to, if you're looking at how from the perspective of the military, I think it would be really interesting if you could tell us a wee bit about what military actors are saying about their role in the constitution and what kind of constitution they're looking to establish. So I know I have no idea, basically. So I'm really interested in finding out what you know about this.
Somebody else? No? Okay. I have a quick question for Niels in this round. About the chieftaincy, I know that they have a special role related with banks, because I work with that, in the way that, for example, they work close with the postal bank to fix some kind of problems about accountancy, and I don't know, when a relative died, the chiefs were there to speak for the people that deserve the money, the family that want the money. So do you know, or do you have any idea? I know that it is beyond, but as you are working on chiefs, do you know what happened with this role with the new position that chiefs acquire? And that's it. You can answer, Aida. No.
Thank you so much for your question. And before I start, I would love to connect with you to talk about our similar but dissimilar research. So yeah, I don't know, maybe Justin, if you could help me get their email, since I can't be there. Yeah, so it's a very interesting question. I think yeah, Sudan is quite different in Mexico in that sense. It's language surrounding constitution making has always entered through political avenues, from the case studies that I'm looking at specifically. So just like briefly, I'm looking at 3 different time periods. The first one in 1958, when there was a military coup, and there was no constitution really at that time, but constitutional discussion started happening towards the later half of this specific dictator's rule, because of opposition that was occurring within civil society and questions about their rule. So that's kind of the avenue that it went through, but it was because of political dissent. And in terms of the specific language that was used in that way, a lot of language surrounding nationalism and the importance of having a constitution to unite the people. And these are primary documents that were produced by these governments that I'm getting this from. What becomes increasingly interesting is when we talk about the 1973 constitution, so Numeri's constitution that occurred after the 1969 coup that I was speaking about. And that was regarded as very much like the people's constitution, heralded as this permanent constitution, and the language that was used surrounding that, again, entered through political avenues, as I had explained in my presentation briefly. But that language was one of like the working class, of supporting the poorest of the poor in the country, of inclusivity, and the political context in that really shaped it. And by the political context, I mean the 1973 signing of the Addis Ababa Agreement to end the first civil war with South Sudan. So there was this idea of unity surrounding it. And then that quickly changed in the 1980s with like the Islamic penetration of Numeri's ideologies. And then again, yeah, politically motivated, language then changed. We had the September laws in 1983 that legalized Sharia throughout the entire country, further isolating the Christian minority of Sudan. And then similarly in 1998, I'll just end on this note, the language was very much fueled by political Islamic thought. Hassan al-Turabi being one of the main thinkers and main orchestrator of this Islamic constitution. And again, it was highly political, and the language that was used then was very much attached to Sharia law. So I wouldn't say that they developed constitutional language as a way to fit into the constitution. It was more directed by the political atmosphere at the time. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So while I can't speak to when the kind of legal personality of chiefs ended, when you know they would be the only person that could speak, I strongly suspect this ends with independence, when the kind of full rights are accorded to everyday citizens. But and I think this is actually the key of things like this, is that the chiefs remain these key conduits between sort of financial resources, developmental resources, and the people themselves. And the development of alternative mechanisms of finance don't end that. Which means that, and I've read the kind of petitions and the controversies that emerge around these questions of local financing, is that when the chief is a prominent ex-loyalist, or alternatively a sort of an ex-Mau Mau guy, the other half of the community, or the other part of the community, feel that they are being frozen out of those resources, and that often concentrates in the building of schools, the building of clinics, and generally sort of cooperative farming, things like that. So the position of chief remains crucial in the sort of being the flow in the flow of resources. And I think anyone who studies Kenya in this period knows the importance of how developmental resources are channeled, who has control of that, and that's why I think looking at chiefs is such an important way of understanding those longer histories about economic development, those older histories about sort of community development things, as well as my sort of very explicitly political history about post-Mau Mau legacies.
Great, thank you. Something else? That's it. There's last question.
Okay, so I have two questions. One directed to Ida. I'm curious to know how the processes that you talked about, especially those that occurred, well, the first two processes, I think, how were they affected, or what impact do they have on the South Sudan situation as it was developing at the time? And the other question I have, I think, is more general, and I think it's a general question that I'd like to pose to both of you. Thinking about the common themes that you talked about, which is when you talk about democratization, and specifically democratization in Africa and in decolonization processes, do you believe that seeing this process of democratization through, as understood when seen through a Western lens, could actually be detrimental to the liberation efforts of the communities and the peoples of whom you've spoken, you know, in the case of Kenya and the Mau Mau, and in the case of Sudan, and how these impediments, or how recognizing democratization as an impediment actually to liberation, how it can drive towards military movements and autocratic governments. Yeah. So those would be the questions.
Thank you. You can answer, I think.
Thank you so much for your questions. And very important questions, especially the last observation. So with regards to how these constitutions and constitution-making processes impacted South Sudan, the impact is enormous. But for the sake of time, I'll focus on a couple of the main points. So with the constitution that was written in 1973 by Numeri's government, that was written a year after the 1972 Addis Ababa Agreement, which ended the first civil war with South Sudan. And that was heralded as an incredible achievement. It was one of the reasons why the regime was actually quite popular, despite the fact that it was a military coup. It was actually quite popular in its early years amongst civil society because of the fact that it was able to end this civil war. And so I think there was a few years of peace with the South. But then in the early 1980s, what we start to see is the Islamic movement in Sudan gaining a lot more traction. And for several reasons, historians point to different reasons as to why this happened. But Numeri, the president at the time, started leaning more towards his alliances with the Islamic movement, which was quite large and quite popular in Sudan. As a result, discussions continued to happen, and several laws were passed that supported Islamic law, but in doing so, isolated the Christian minorities in the South. And so this, now we see kind of almost the re-sparking of the Second Civil War between South Sudan and Northern Sudan at this point. Then in 1998, in 1989, when the RCC staged their coup and they brought about their version of Sharia law and Islamic fundamentalism at the time, this continued to isolate Southern Sudan, led to the high intensification of the war with the South, but also in periphery regions in Sudan, as all of you know, like Darfur as well, leading to, in 2005, discussions on an interim constitution to try to, and the passing of an interim constitution part of the reason to try to bring back unity with the South and the North, and the conflict as well. So I guess the ideologies of these constitutions played a large role in continuing to isolate the South. And then with relation to your second question, speaking from like a current event perspective of Sudan, I definitely agree. I do think that there is an issue with this ingrained Western lens on democracy. And I think that's something that needs to be deconstructed, particularly in how it impacts people's thoughts surrounding decolonization and what that means and what that actually looks like. And I think within the case of Sudan, what we've seen is that it has created an isolating atmosphere. So what democratization means to the vast majority of Sudanese people may not be what democratization means to those in power and foreign powers that are supporting Sudan's democratic transition. Just one quick example is, for instance, the resistance committees that I spoke about at the end of my presentation. A big criticism that arose during this time is continuing to arise is that Western organizations and foreign powers aren't interested in engaging with them as much as they are interested in engaging with the military, for instance, in terms of democratic transitions. And this is a massive criticism, and I think it's right in many ways. Because it excludes, the ordinary people, the everyday people of Sudan, and what their visions are, because they don't fit legitimate versions of what democratization might mean to specific actors. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if Niels wants to add something.
Yeah, I'll just share some thoughts on that really quickly. So firstly, I completely agree with you that a very rigid sort of tick box style Western conception of democratization very often does not lead to an improvement in people's conditions. And actually, I think the analogy there is with the kind of what the colonial government did in the last phases. And actually, Justin has a brilliant article about how sort of late colonial and early post-colonial elections kind of form part of like actually an autocratic political culture growing up rather than the alternative. But I would say that what I try and do in this piece is focus on how people themselves conceived of democratization. So, for example, they don't want to scrap the position of chief, which, you know, a different conception of democratization might have suggested. They want to, so I use democratization as a shorthand for the process that they want to implement themselves, which the colonial state then shuts down. So I think actually, as historians, the key to talking about democratization is talking about how people themselves conceive of that idea, and embed that in older kind of ideas of freedom and things like that, which I think scholars working on decolonization have begun to do in quite effective ways. And I guess I'll end on the final thought, which is that you set this binary of kind of democratization and sort of real liberation. And I would suggest that the concept of liberation itself quite often can become quite problematic and you sort of abused by certain governments. So for example, in Kenya in 1960s, the promise of independence and the promise of liberation is used as a justification for the one-party state. And is used as an excuse for repressing dissidents and repressing alternative ideas. So I think there's problems in that concept as well. But it's a great question, and thank you for that.
Well, with this, we end this table. Muchas gracias a todos, and thank you, Niels. Thank you, Aida, and muchas gracias, Beatriz. We really enjoy your presentation, and hope this is not the last time that we see you in a conference like this. We really appreciate it. Nos vemos en 5 minutos. In 5 minutes, if you want to stay online, it will be. You are very welcome. Thank you.
Yo sí me quedo.
Tú cierras, ¿no? Nada más eso. Como es Santa Mariana, no quisimos. Recuerdo que oye, te lo mando al WhatsApp.
No, es que tenía que ser.
Muy buena es bueno.
Sí, bueno. Ajá.
Nada más digo. Las cosas que me quieren aprender. Me dijeron que estoy cometiendo un error, que estoy del lado equivocado.
Pero es un evento académico.
Y él dice, ¿sabes qué les digo? Soy académico, a mí me metí con los partidismos.
Sí. Entonces, ¿qué, no? Qué bueno.
Son mis gatos, pero pues sí. Pero pues es que es muy común, o sea, ya sabes que son los buenos antifascistas. Y digo, yo no me arrepiento, estoy muy contento. Al contrario, al contrario.
Hay varias gente conectada.
Inclusive, conectados. Además, pues voy a preguntar a mi gente. Yo nunca pensé que iba a Varela y a
Sí. Fíjate que había 9 en YouTube teníamos. O sea, y hay 4 conectados.
O sea, y además algo que sí, las instituciones que no, eso es algo que importa mucho.
Sí.
Yo tengo que estar con esa gente.
Sí.
Es mi bronca, ¿no?
Pero además, pues exacto, aparte del evento no. No, aparte del evento no fue que él haya dicho. O sea, déjame, te voy a abrir todo este.
Pues a ver si.
¿Cuál es, ¿Es este?
Digo, busca primero. Si quieres,
sí, este.
You resisted.
Nice to meet you. My name is Arturo. Conozco a mis asesores, yo tengo estudios arreglados de hace años en el proyecto. Casi nada de aquí, pero pues bueno, estamos
Ayer fuimos
aquí no son pobres. Mucho gusto. Entonces, tú trabajas en México, sí, hago historia. Pero como qué década desde la independencia.
Bueno, la reforma. Tengo un libro que va a salir un mes, de diciembre, que es de las primeras décadas del primer constitución. Pero ahorita estoy trabajando en un proyecto de los 50.
Muy bien.
Entonces, yo hago algo de todo eso.
Pero es interesante.
Pero, o sea, de mis...
Pero, por ejemplo, el precepto sería como la Constitución del 24, la del
36, 43, las reformas, los intentos santanistas, 57, el estatuto provisional de Emiliano y luego el resto 57. Entonces es eso, y pues a mí me interesa cuestiones del control político y la movilización de poderes. Sí, y en mi libro tengo toda una sección sobre la participación militar.
Tiene esta.
Es por eso mi pregunta.
Sí. Muy bien, muy bien. No, pues es interesante.
No, pues es que aquí escuchas, a veces no sabes que vienes a hacer presencia y ser solidario y luego resulta que si interesa más.
Sí. Pero bueno, pues mucho gusto.
Mucho gusto.
Pues ver que el primero es una. Sí, esa es mi presentación. Cristian.
Bueno, buenas tardes a esa segunda mesa del seminario de hoy. No más antes de empezar, I wanted to ask Emma, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, lovely. Lovely. You're going to go first, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Do you have a presentation?
No, I don't. I'll just be speaking.
Okay, well, that makes things easier for us.
Yeah.
Bueno. Okay, well, then we'll start off in English and then switch to Spanish later on, or we can carry on in English depending on the circumstances. So just before Emma speaks, I'm going to give you a little bit of information about her. Emma is a third-year PhD candidate in history at the University of Warwick. Her current research is funded by the Wolfson Foundation and focuses on Malawi's involvement in the global Cold War under the Banda regime. Seeking to understand Malawi's positioning during this period, it explores Kamuzu Banda's role as a cold warrior, Malawi's engagement with regional and international politics, and the ways in which these shaped local experiences of the Cold War. Anyway, so whenever you're ready, Emma.
Okay, great, thank you. And do let me know if the sound cuts out or anything and you can't hear me at any point. But thank you so much for inviting me. I really wish that I were there in person in Mexico City, but I'm happy to be able to join online at least. So just to kind of situate a bit what I'm talking about, as you explained, my PhD project deals with Malawi's experience of and engagement with the global Cold War. And a lot of that focuses specifically on the Hastings-Kamuzu Banda regime, which lasted for about 30 years. But I'm looking particularly at the kind of earlier period of this and this presentation looking at the 1960s specifically. And one of the questions that kind of drives me throughout this is trying to understand Banda's positioning at different moments in time and specifically his kind of West alignment and the foreign policy that came about as a result of that. And what I'm talking about today is kind of a bit of an extract of an early chapter of my dissertation, which is kind of exploring Malawi's entry into the global Cold War and the development or consolidation, let me say, of Banda's anti-communism and the impact that had on this. Right, so I think an interesting place to maybe begin is just by sharing a kind of small anecdote that I discovered by chance actually on WikiLeaks. But it's about this moment in March 1973 when the Cambodian Premier Long Boret made a very brief visit to Malawi, during which he sought diplomatic recognition for the recently established Khmer Republic. And during his discussions with President Banda, Boret laid out his anxiety over future relations with the United States and his fears that imminent withdrawal from Southeast Asia would expose Cambodia to, quote, the serious danger of communist takeover. And here he noted Malawi's, quote again, staunch anti-communist policies, and he appealed to Banda for support in relaying these concerns to the US government and convincing them of the dangers of disengagement in Southeast Asia. And there are two things that I think are just really interesting about that very brief moment in time. The first is this kind of somewhat surprising and almost slightly absurd idea that Malawi, this very tiny state in Southeast Africa, which is viewed by lots of people at this time as being frankly inconsequential, could be kind of held up as this important ally for Cambodia in the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. Can you still hear me? I think my headphones might have slightly given out there.
No, we can hear you fine.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, do let me know. And secondly, thinking about the words that he's using to describe Banda, because Banda is always described in those terms. He's always described as this staunch, committed, long-term anti-communist. But the thing that I find really interesting is that there's very little analysis of how he actually came to adopt that position. So lots of scholars cite in particular a 1973 biography by Philip Short, in which he suggests that, to quote, to Banda, with his mission schooling, his 12 years in America, and in particular his American degree in political science, communism was alien and unattractive. And this kind of seems fair enough, given what we know about Banda's views and his positioning in later years. But when you try to look back at the referencing, you see that this assessment is purely speculative. There really isn't any documentary evidence to suggest this kind of long-held commitment to anti-communism prior to the 1960s. If you look at Banda's unpublished memoirs, for example, these cover a range of his experiences through the first half of the 20th century. His recollections of the 1922 miners' strike in Johannesburg, for example, which he credits with kind of birthing his political consciousness, or the time he spent studying political science in the US, or the years he spent kind of agitating for African independence alongside other nationalists and Pan-Africanists in London. Communism doesn't feature at all in any of that narrative. One of the earliest examples I've been able to find of Banda's public commentary on communism is a speech he gave in April 1964, so just a few months before Malawi gained independence from Britain. And here he was addressing members of a local debating society, and he was kind of sharing his vision for Malawi's post-independence foreign policy, outlining his ideas for an approach based around what he was calling discretional alignment and neutralism, which is a kind of his take on non-alignment, let me say. And just to quote him here, he says, "I will be friendly with everyone, East or West. When the West is doing what I think is the right thing, I will align with the West. When the East is doing the right thing, what I think is good for Malawi, I will align with the East." He even boasted during this speech about how many different embassies Malawi would host after independence, including those of the Soviet Union, China, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. The only kind of hint of any concern about communism was when he kind of referenced the potential for ideological influence on Malawi's youth if some of those embassies were allowed to set up camp in the country. But that was kind of quickly brushed under the carpet. And it's clear that Banda at that time was still clearly very willing to engage with communist and socialist states, especially where he saw that relationship serving Malawi's interests. And these ideas were kind of restated in July of the same year when Malawi hosted actors from both sides of the Iron Curtain as part of its independence celebrations. And Banda reiterated here that he would, quote, take no sides either for the West or for the East. So given all of these statements, what's really striking to me is the fact that this policy was just abandoned so swiftly. And Banda, in fact, didn't allow any East-aligned governments to establish missions or consulates in Malawi up until the early 1980s. So the kind of this chapter that I'm talking about is kind of an attempt to explain what changed and kind of account for that development or strengthening or consolidation of Banda's fear of communism, particularly in the first few years of Malawi's independence. And the longer chapter does have a section on engagement with the Vietnam War specifically, but for the sake of time, I won't really talk about that today. What I'd like to focus on today specifically is kind of what led up to that engagement with Vietnam. And the idea is kind of to explore how quite kind of local, domestic or regional concerns about Malawi and internal affairs kind of converged very specifically with these kind of broader fears about communist expansionism and how these were reinforced by other international conflicts that were taking place, like wars in Nigeria or Vietnam, and also exacerbated by external actors and their propaganda. So to begin kind of just after the moment of independence, in September 1964, just 2 months after the country gained independence, Malawi faced its first political crisis. And it's an event that has kind of come to be known as the Ministers' Revolt or Cabinet Crisis. And this was when disputes over a number of issues, from kind of foreign and domestic policy making to Banda's reluctance to involve other MPs in decision making, culminated in this really dramatic parliamentary meeting in which pretty much all members of the cabinet were dismissed or resigned in protest. And in the weeks that followed, nearly all of them ended up fleeing the country and taking up asylum in neighboring states, particularly Zambia and Tanzania, where they formed opposition parties in exile and began advocating for the end of Banda's rule. One of the key issues that sparked discontent within the cabinet was Banda kind of dragging his feet on the acceptance of a development loan from China, China being the People's Republic. That wasn't necessarily the kind of only issue that was going on in the dispute, but it did take on this kind of disproportionate significance after Banda later suggested that some of his ex-ministers might have been conspiring with Chinese officials to move against him. There isn't any evidence of that, or none that I can find at least, but this angle was kind of played up by British actors as well, who at the time were kind of keen to reinforce any kind of nascent local distrust of communism in their former colonies, and in particular kind of draw the attention of African leaders towards what they saw as evidence, quote unquote, of Chinese subversive activity in East and Central Africa. And there's some really interesting files in the National Archives in London to do with the UK government's kind of Cold War propaganda department, the Information Research Department, and their kind of campaigns on this in Central and Southern Africa. But in brief, the takeaway from this is that a lot changed in a very short space of time. So prior to independence, as I've said, Banda had shown this willingness to engage with Chinese delegations. He'd at least considered accepting their offer of development aid, and he'd even advocated for China to be represented at the United Nations. But after the events of 1964, he adopted this kind of UK-sanctioned line that communist states were actively working to interfere in African internal affairs. And he summed up this view quite clearly, I think, in a radio broadcast to the nation, where he said that, quote, "The real danger was not the rebel ministers themselves, but the Chinese government who had supported them and turned them into puppets in a bid to gain control of Malawi and strategic access to Central Africa." So the kind of impact over time of that line of thought is really traceable, I think, through Malawi's declining relationships with other African states in the mid-1960s, especially those that were seen to be hosting or providing any kind of support to the exiled ministers. So one example of this is Egypt, where Banda had very cordial relations with Nasser in the lead up to independence. But once rumors started coming in that Egypt was providing military assistance and training to ex-ministers, Banda immediately cut ties with Nasser and labeled Egypt as this kind of stooge of communist Russia. But the worst offender in Banda's eyes was Tanzania, which committed this kind of triple sin of, one, hosting the largest number of Malawian exiles, two, adopting a policy of African socialism, which Julius Nyerere admitted took inspiration in some respects from China, and three, establishing these very overt military links with China.
Emma, are you there? I feel not, actually. Oh dear. Is Christian here? No, he's gone. To ask him if he knows if he can send her a WhatsApp. See if we know what's happened. Oh, yes. It wouldn't be the same, would it? The thing is, she probably doesn't even know. This is look, cuando ya estás dando tu ponencia y tú sigues.
communication, no? How many times do you have that problem?
During the pandemic, when I was giving classes, I'd be, in full swing, and then they'd send me WhatsApp, maestra, la perdimos hace 10 minutos, y yo llevo 10 minutos hablando a la computadora.
Y da mucha angustia, ¿no? Porque inclusive hace poco me tocó dar una conferencia y siento no me fue cuando lo hice.
Ajá, y es que además no tiene cámara, entonces a lo mejor, o sea, nada más está...
Si uno no sabe...
No sabe.
Sí. Pues sí. ¿Y tienes mucho tiempo aquí en el Chile?
10 años. Sí, sí.
En la división de historia.
En la división de historia.
Yo aquí lo conozco de aquí, pero la verdad tiene mucho tiempo que no. Es Camila Paz. Y hace mucho hubo un evento, porque sigue habiendo creo que cada año lo siguen haciendo, una semana árabe de cultura y política.
Sí, lo siguen haciendo, pero ya lo cambiaron el...
Han cambiado las sedes y al principio estaba participando el colegio, porque tenemos el área de Medio Oriente.
Me viene que ya viene en camino, ya la van a reconectar. Dice Abraham que ya viene ya va de vuelta, me dicen. Entonces, ojalá. Pero no la vemos. Es que ni vemos aquí si está conectada. ¿Pero ya está conectada? No, aquí no vemos. No. Es que yo no veo. Emma, are you there? Hello? Is there anybody there? Stanley? Aquí no, we can't see here if she's connected or not. All we can see is that. Right on cue. ¿Qué quieres hacer, Cristian?
No sé, lo que pasa es que no sé,
Es que no, como no, pero sí, ¿tiene problemas ella o tenemos problemas nosotros? Es ella. Ajá, a ver.
Porque no se está comunicando, ¿verdad? No hay manera de saber si se va a conectar.
Cristian está hablando con ella por WhatsApp. Está conectada, pero no la oímos. No la vemos tampoco.
Te vas a conectar.
Okay. She did, didn't she? But she sounded loud and clear the whole time, and then she just disappeared.
Y das cursos del siglo XIX, de historia del siglo XIX. En de historia del pensamiento feminista, que es mi otra línea de investigación, pero que no viene al caso aquí. Entonces, ahora no sé si te han presentado la profesora Willis, también un colega del colegio, y ella también trabaja en esto. Ah. En West Africa. Ok. Ajá. Ok. Yo la West Africa la conozco por las antropólogas de Nigeria. Como yo hago pensamiento y no acción, o sea, lo que dice la gente más que lo que hace. Sí, más exacto. Entonces, hay unas antropólogas fantásticas de Nigeria que hablan acerca de las estructuras familiares y las diferencias en cómo se puede interpretar el papel de la mujer dentro de en la cultura. Yorube se llama. Ajá. Es un tema muy interesante desde esta perspectiva y es muy controversial. O sea, unas argumentan que es muy distinto a la concepción occidental y que fue Occidente que impuso luego y luego las contestan diciendo que están exagerando. O sea, es una discusión absolutamente fascinante ahí. Ajá. Pero, o sea, de Nigeria sé muy poquito, solo sé lo que dicen.
Hello.
Hello, Emma.
Hi. I'm so sorry about that. I'm not sure how the microphone cut out, but I couldn't reconnect it. So I've got some backup headphones microphone situation going on. Sorry for the delay. Pause.
Not a problem. Well, I've stopped the clock. You'll be happy to hear. And so you've got 9 minutes to go. And so
Okay, perfect.
Off you go.
Right. Try to remember where okay, yes. So yeah, the worst offender in Banda's eyes was Tanzania, which, as I said, had committed this kind of triple sin of hosting the largest number of Malawian exiles, adopting the policy of African socialism, and establishing these very overt military links with China. Because there wasn't a kind of diplomatic relationship between Malawi and Tanzania during this time, information about all of those things trickled into Malawi in very convoluted ways. But one of the most interesting ways, I think, was through the Taiwanese Information Service in Malawi, which published this weekly digest called Free China News, which is its main purpose seemed to be trying to kind of sound the alarm about Chinese activity on the African continent. So one example, for example, one edition, for example, in February 1968, revealed that China had set up a new headquarters for its military activities on the island of Zanzibar, where it was providing this training in subversion for various kind of African liberation movements. And that included 3 months of guerrilla training, ideological indoctrination, subversion and infiltration techniques, weapons training, etc. all stuff that was very fear-inducing to someone like Banda, who was aware of these rebel movements and governments in exile that were trying to kind of move against him from next door. But looking a bit further afield, lots of those concerns about China-Tanzania connections really grew during the Nigerian Civil War. So the situation in Biafra was already on the Malawian government's radar, but Tanzania's decision to formally recognize the breakaway state in April 1968 kind of forced the issue to the foreground and prompted lots of discussion about the kind of motives behind Nyerere's intervention. And Banda had strong suspicions that Nyerere wasn't acting alone, but he was rather being guided by some external actor. And it didn't take long for the quote-unquote evidence of this to begin to appear within Malawi. So that very same month, April 1968, there was a new issue of Free China News in circulation, which labeled the recognition a Beijing-inspired move. And sources in Taipei were quoted as saying that the Tanzanian government had chosen to extend diplomatic recognition to Biafra, quote, under the encouragement and support of the Chinese communists. And this, they claimed, was for two reasons. Firstly, they believed that China was seeking to kind of sow conflict within and weaken the Organization of African Unity, which it saw as a barrier to communist infiltration of Africa. Secondly, they thought that they hoped to establish a pro-communist regime in Biafra by providing military and financial aid, either directly or through Tanzania. And this intervention would also kind of serve as this key battleground for ongoing competition with the Soviet Union, who at that point was said to be supplying weapons and assistance to the Nigerian federal government. And all of those claims matched other reports that were coming into Malawi through the press. In previous months, there had been some examples that suggested that around 150 Igbo refugees from Nigeria had now settled in Tanzania, where they were receiving training in guerrilla warfare. So for Banda, all of that only served to kind of confirm what he already suspected about the influences behind Nyerere's decision, i.e. that China had instructed Tanzania to recognize Biafra. And this kind of further validated his suspicions about what he saw as the interventionist nature of global communism. So the war in Biafra continued without any major comment or engagement from Malawi, but that definitely wasn't the case for other international crises. So now poised to feel uneasy at all mention of Chinese activity, no matter where it was taking place in the world, the war in Vietnam, which was ongoing, started to kind of loom increasingly large in Banda's mind. And it's important to say here that even though this is being viewed from thousands of miles across the Indian Ocean, that conflict was by no means a marginal one for African leaders. But where Banda differed from his peers, or let me say his contemporaries rather, was he didn't see the war in Vietnam as this kind of important site of decolonization, but rather as further evidence of Chinese aggression in a bid for global dominance. So he became convinced of this need for containment because he thought that a North Vietnamese victory would only encourage China to set its sights even further afield in its quest to spread communism worldwide. And if that happened, he believed Central Africa would become another Cold War battleground. And that's really kind of what spurred him to engage with the question in Vietnam. I haven't really got time to discuss it in detail here, but there's lots of evidence of how he then going forward used his visits to Washington to lobby US presidents for continued intervention in the region, which kind of brings us back full circle to the opening anecdote about Long Borret and him. It kind of contextualizes how he ended up seeing Banda as an ally in this issue many years later. So just by kind of some way of conclusion, most studies of Malawian politics suggest that the country's West alignment came about because of Banda's long-held anti-communism. But I think it's really possible to kind of invert that perspective and argue that Banda's anti-communism was really something that developed incrementally over time, and it was shaped more by these kind of domestic incidents and global events, which helped to kind of form his worldview rather than any long-standing personal conviction. So while he may already have been distrustful of communism at the outset, also at the moment of independence, his views only really became firmly entrenched after that. And they kind of strengthened over the next few years with that cumulative impact of the cabinet crisis, disputes with other African leaders, and global conflicts like the wars in Biafra and Vietnam. the latter of which he described as, quote, a war between communism and the rest of the world. And as he became kind of increasingly anxious about the future of Southern Africa, Banda then went on to kind of actively position himself as a hawk. He described himself as a hawk in the fight against communist expansionism and sought out these closer alliances with governments who shared his concerns. So that relates to the kind of the very obvious West alignment more generally with the US, the UK, but also the development of these stronger ties with anti-communist allies closer to home, such as South Africa. And I think I will, probably wrap it up there, but just as a kind of brief afterthought, I was interested in the introduction. I think it was Christian who was talking about moving away from studying Africa through the lens of the US or through Europe, and kind of thinking about what the links or the commonalities are between Africa and Latin America. And as I'm kind of slowly developing this strand of research about the development of anti-communism, that's where I'm seeing lots of really interesting parallels. The idea of the kind of development of a homegrown anti-communism, but also external actors who are kind of pushing their own agenda, and how all those things merge over time. There are really interesting, I think, comparisons to be made with, places in Latin America, say off the top of my head, Guatemala. And I think that's a really interesting direction to move in, of kind of looking for those commonalities between Latin America and Africa. But anyway, I will wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Emma. We'll have the questions at the end. So now I'm going to introduce our second speaker this morning, who is the co-coordinator of today's event. And we're very grateful that he's here with us today and that they were able to organize the event so we could have it in both the Colegio and in the CIDE. Entonces, Dr. Jose Arturo Saavedra Casco was born in Mexico City. He holds a PhD on African history and Swahili literature from the School of Oriental and African Studies in the University of London. He has published several articles in Latin America, the US, and Tanzania about historiography, African history, and Swahili poetry as a historical source. He has lectured classes on the Swahili language and culture, Islam in Africa, African history, and African historiography in several prestigious Mexican universities since 1993. He has given seminars at SOAS, at the Institute of Kiswahili Research, the University of Dar es Salaam, and in other several academic institutions in Mexico. He also has researched about the social and political contents in Swahili rap and hip-hop music from urban Tanzania. He is Associate Professor of the Center of Asian African Studies in El Colegio de Mexico, Mexico City, and he is currently visiting scholar at the African Studies Center in Michigan State University.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm going to give this presentation in English. I hope everyone can follow me without problem in order to get a very bigger and fruitful discussion with our guest. Well, welcome to Mr. Dine from the Embassy of Argelia. Very much welcome. Okay. So, pero ya, sí lo puedo poner aquí, ¿verdad?
Sí, ya está presentando, pero si lo ponemos acá, se pone aquí, por doble clic.
Okay. Well, the presentation that I will give today, it has to do with a topic that, in certain sense, I've been working several years after I got my PhD at SOAS, something that I was talking to you yesterday, Dr. Willis, Dr. Justin. And in fact, at the beginning, it was like a personal interest, because living in Dar es Salaam by the years, the end of the 20th century and the beginning of 21st, I noticed that specifically in Tanzania, in the radio stations and in the first TV stations that appear in East Africa, there was a lot of artists performing hip hop in Swahili language. So, and not but music. Obviously, here we don't have enough time to show videos and to share the music. It would have been nice. But anyway, I can share with you certain information now in YouTube. There's a lot of access to Swahili hip hop. The main artists that I will mention. And if you look in the YouTube, you will see that the quality of the music is very high. For people who like hip hop, is high quality hip hop. Very interesting because the first years that hip hop in Tanzania began, the access to technology and production was very low, was weak. But anyway, I began to look for the materials. I listened to the songs and take it advantage that I have studied Swahili many years and classical Swahili. It was fascinating to me to follow the stories, no? Because in fact, the hip hop in Tanzania follows the philosophy that the original hip hop in the United States had. What it will be? Well, in the 80s, when hip hop in America appears in New York and in Los Angeles and the East Coast school, the West Coast school, originally it was political, it was very critical, it has a lot of social issues. And from the first time they began to be a scholarship from American writers and other researchers about the importance of hip hop in America and then in other industrialized countries. For example, there's a very famous research about hip hop in European countries, in Japan, in Asia. And by that time, when I saw the interest of some scholars in the topic, I began to look for more information. And around the first decade of the 21st century, I have the possibility of meet Alex Perullo, who is an important researcher of the topic. Actually, I will say that is the most important probably. And we make a lot of contact. We participate in certain panels in the ASA Congress in the United States. And so I began my interest and it became stronger. So I have the opportunity to publish some stuff. I have contact with other researchers on topics of hip hop in Africa in general. But I must say that the characteristic in the case of Tanzania is that the tradition of Swahili hip hop is very strong. Okay, so I will try to do it short because I don't have no time. First, I want to explain the name Ujumbe Mkali. It's a Swahili word, obviously. The title is Ujumbe Mkali Bado Niandelaye, that the translation into English it will be the sharp, the strong, the intense messages is still going on. Because in fact, Ujumbe Mkali is the sense of critical lyrics in Swahili hip hop, political and social contents, okay? And it follows the idea of the original American hip hop that was the keeping it real, no? Talking about real matters. We're thinking in the first stage of hip hop because you know that after some years we found artists who talk about other topics, not political, not social, like all pop music, no? I mean, if you look for all the kinds of pop music artists who wanted to say something with sense, with political social sense, there are not many. Okay, so the goal of this presentation actually is based on an article that currently we are publishing for a journal, the Nordic Scandinavian Journal of Studies, together with Alex Perullo and other researchers. And in my case, the idea of this presentation, this article, is to talk about censorship in Tanzania. I mean, if we talk about the political and social hip hop, we cannot avoid to talk about censorship. So, in Tanzania, the censorship matter has been present in the history of hip hop, but with several, how can I say it, stages and with variations because it has changed according with the time, okay? So In order to explain a little bit better this topic, I will briefly talk that this Tanzanian hip hop has several periods, okay? The first period is from 1991 to the year 2000, in which at the beginning the censorship was not from the government. It was cultural and social, okay? Because many people in Tanzania, specifically the older generations or the more traditional people with more traditional ideas about pop music in Africa, condemn the hip hop because they say they didn't represent Africa. It was a foreign style, and also it was musiki wa kihuni. I don't know if my Swahili students here understand the word. Musiki wa kihuni means music of vagrants, thieves, people who are not positive socially. So at the beginning, the older generations were not very fond. They criticize and they say they were spoiling the youth of Tanzania. It is the first reaction. In fact, at the beginning, the government was not so worried about the topic. And obviously, we're talking about the times of the transition from the Ujamaa policies and the socialist and communitarian ideals. And it changed to a more private, and the idea to private media networks, TV and radio, and etc. So in the transition, there were very few spaces to put the music publicly, and mainly the people by that time knew hip hop in the concerts. I mean, in the venues. I mean, not in the radio. But after that, a characteristic that is very important to take in mind is that Swahili's hip hop is in Swahili. The very first Swahili hip hop performance, tried to sing in English, but obviously in Tanzania, we know it's not like Kenya that the use of English is wide there. In Tanzania, many people still don't know well English. So using hip hop in English wouldn't be successful. So since the beginning, they began to make to write songs in Swahili. Probably it's a little bit curious. The very first Swahili hip hop song was a Swahili version of Ice Ice Baby of Vanilla Ice, a very old of the first generation of hip hop performers. But after that, they began to be groups or artists who began to write the songs, the lyrics in Swahili. With this, it was a growing interest of young people with the rhythm. Obviously, there's the American influence of hip hop. It was important. There was also very strong influence in the style of fashion, the way in the people dress. The young people, Tanzanian young people, try to dress like the people of the United States. For example, if you have T-shirts of football or basketball teams, they're very well appreciated there. So it began to be a fashion related with hip hop, and with this idea that the hip hop was a very important instrument of communication. In these years, it's interesting to mention that many of the hip hop performers deal with critics to society, to bad behavior. They promote education, and in certain senses, the idea of the Ujamaa, I mean, use music like in the time of Ujamaa in order to promote values. So with this, the acceptance of hip hop in the older generations began. I mean, it changed the bad perception. Then the golden years, it changed because in that sense is the years in that they begin to have a lot of promotion in radio stations. But also they have the problem that still the production is enhanced. It has to be to ethnic problems as well, with Indian community producers. I mean, the Indians are the owners of the studios, of the, how can I say, the production of records. By that time it was tapes, and after that it was CDs. The streaming was not existent by that time. So it was the problem because the artists began to be successful, but economically they have a lot of restrictions. But socially speaking, talking about the topic of censorship, the government accepts the hip hop, actually gives examples about these songs in order to illustrate the political good actions and things like that, okay? Then there's another time, the third stage, in which it begins to be confrontation with the media networks and the performers. It's not political, it's economical. And the last stage is when there's a very big and open repression, specifically for a president who passed away, who was John Magufuli, okay? So we have already mentioned the first years. There's the golden years in which the industry is accepted. Actually, every year there's a, how can I say, like a contest or a ceremony for awarding the best hip hop players. And the most famous performers by that time is one guy called, his name Professor J. Professor J. You can look in the YouTube. Wagosi Wakaya, that it was a duo from Tanga. Kesti, that talk about in a song Sine Imani, criticizing the current policy of the Chama Chama Pinduzi in the years 2000s and evoking the memory of Nyerere. It's very interesting because it's a very political song. But in certain sense, for example, Benjamin Nkapa, instead of opposing, he in one speech mentions one song of Professor J. Ndiomze. Ndiomze, what it will be, Diego? Ndiomze. Sí, señor. Exacto. Good. And it was a critic to politicians that is a very recognized as a recurrent critic to politicians who only take in consideration people for elections. And after that, they forget them. By the time, it's very critical. But one reason that it was accepted, this critique, is because the critique was open. I mean, they didn't mention specific names. That's the point. So the bad attitude, even Kappa say, yeah, we agree. I mean, we think that the very good politician has to be not to do that of only promising and without fulfilling the promises, no? But then, after 2007, the things begin to change with the emergence of the very big private companies, that they begin to change the rule. The rule is, we don't mind the political message, we want money, and we want success. So if you sell with political content, it's okay, but it's not our main interest. But other thing, the artists have to pledge to the exigencies, I mean, to the rules of the companies. And they very well bad pay. It's the problem. In this period, for example, there's still the relation with politicians and with the government. And in that sense, the point is that there's also songs like Mr. Politician that is also the critic to the attitude of the politicians. But the change is that the private media companies prioritize the money, the economic success, and they relegate the local artists, and they begin to bring artists from Kenya, from Uganda, from South Africa, and the payment for the locals is very bad. So it starts a rebellion of several artists, among them one called Sugu, that there's also a tendency, there's some artists who can't, who become politicians in order to defend their rights. There's many examples in Kenya, I'm sure that as well, no? And the point is that it begins to be the change, and there's a strong confrontation with the owners of the media networks. But at the end, the government tries to intervene and to calm the things. and things going on, go on. But with Magufuli, everything changed. Because by one hand, we must say something. John Magufuli got to the presidency with a lot of popularity because he promised a lot of things against corruption. Because there were a lot of bad practice, they used a lot of money, spoiling money for many things, and he put order in that situation. But he's becomes polemic because he's very intolerant. And the problem that he has is that he doesn't like the LGBT communities, he's very conservative, and he don't like opposition parties, and he doesn't like critics to the government. So with this intolerance, he creates something that is called the Cyber Crimes Act, okay? In which everything considered fake news or that is offensive to the rules of the government is a crime. So in this plate, you can see that I put something that is how can I say, a Twitter material of a very famous comedian of Tanzania called Idris Sultan. So one day, when it was the John Magufuli birthday, he makes a joke. It's a joke. He says, my birthday gift for the president is to place sites. I will be the president and he will be the comedian. He puts this, he went to jail. Because he says it was offense to the government. And I think it's very nice, no? He doesn't have a sense of humor. But Magufuli became very critical outside because also he didn't make things for the COVID. He said that it was a lie. He didn't take a lot of measures. Actually, he altered the numbers of the people who died there. But he began to attack the hip hop artists, specifically one that is Roman Catholic, that actually disappeared for some time. He never wanted to say the reason because it's supposed that he was kidnapped. And after that appears without saying anything and suddenly published one song that is an Anita Roma, very hard critic to the government. The Minister of Culture replies saying that nobody has right to criticize the government. The point is that other artists that is called Nash MC also produce a song that is called Sauti. What is Sauti, my dear friends? Voice. And in the song he says that God give people voice in order to protest against injustice. He is, censored. Nobody can put the music here. But in 2020, Magufuli is looking for another period for election. So in that sense, he gets a little bit calm, but looks for the support of certain artists. The other artist is Diamond Platinum. Diamond Platinum is very commercial. He's not political at all. So that's why he's looked for that. But he was censored by other reasons. Because in Tanzania, they're very sensitive about, for example, sexual context or aggressive lyrics. So he produced a song that is called in Swahili, Nyegesi. Nyegesi, it's supposed that it's a district of Mwanza. But in Swahili, just you know what is Nyege. Nyege is like sexual lust, sexual desire. And he produced the song, he was censored. But he's forgiven by Magufuli in order that he produced some songs supporting Magufuli, okay? But in 2021, suddenly Magufuli dies. Actually, some people say it was because of COVID. When he dies, there's a reflection about if censorship will change or will. And in fact, the new president, actually, gender topics. In Africa, we have very few women in the presidency and the government. And Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is a Muslim from Zanzibar, she got the presidency because the Tanzanian constitution says that the vice president is the next president. I mean, there's not an internal election. She will have in the presidency up to the end of the term, that is in 2024, in 1 year. So she has been more tolerant, she has been more permissive in certain sense. Actually, she has helped some hip-hop artists like Professor Jay that has problems of cancer. She paid with the, I mean, she's sponsored the treatment and he supported some artists. And the opinion is that she's more tolerant and more negotiative. The problem is that now the critique with Samia is that she's giving a lot of entrance to private business. She's, how can I say, lending the ports to private companies like in the colonial times. And there's a lot of conformity about that. But anyway, I'm very sorry that the time is not plenty. But I only will tell you the conclusion that we still thinking what happens with censorship, but something that is interesting to think now is very possible to make your own productions and to spread your own materials in the web. And is what now critical artists are doing. And even that the media is still controlling a lot of market, the things are changing, and it's sure that not only in Tanzania, but in whole Africa, the critical hip hop will continue. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Professor. Right, well, we'll open the floor to questions or comments from anybody who would like to take the microphone. I'm seeing much.
Thank you. I'm hoping Emma is still with us. I have a question for both of the speakers. First, Emma, I was curious. I really like the pretext of your research, you know, demonstrating the ties between, you know, other different types of ties that don't necessarily involve the US or Europe with African countries. And I was really curious, partly because our students are here, if you could tell us a little bit about your methods, sort of how you've constructed your project, what kinds of sources you're using, how you're finding them, where you're finding them, and sort of how that has factored into the development of the project. And Arturo, I was curious, I'll hear a little bit more about the actual president, how people perceive her in terms of questions of gender, in terms of what the gender discourse is around her as president, and then, you know, looking towards the new elections next year, if she's even considered sort of in the running, or if people are and how that has maybe changed people's perceptions of women in politics in Tanzania, if that's something that you know particularly. So I'm curious about that.
Thank you, and thank you to both presenters. A question for Emma again, hoping you're still listening. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. One thing about Malawi's position in the 1960s, to sort of think our way into Banda's mindset, is of course the extraordinary sense of economic isolation that emerges from the kind of consequence of colonial transport linkages, which leave Malawi in a kind of really bad situation. And I wonder how much that is part of Banda's thinking, and also particularly how much does Tazara and the politics around Tazara kind of play into his increasing anxiety about China. I also wondered a little bit about the other kind of communist power of the time. In Banda's demonology of communism, where did the Soviets or the East Germans lie? Was he anxious about them? And for Arturo, thank you very much. So 2 questions for you as well, if I may. One is, so Tanzanian hip hop is very largely Swahili, but I wonder if you can say anything about linguistic slippages, because there is, first of all, kind of a degree of English that comes into even Tanzanian hip hop, but there are also kind of other languages. You mentioned Wagosi Wakaya. So Wagosi Wakaya is that's not a Swahili term, right? This is a Sidigo, I think.
Samba.
It's Kisamba. Okay, so I'll be interested to hear a little bit about the extent to which hip hop becomes a kind of a place for linguistic hybridity, as it is elsewhere in the world. I also just had an observation for you, which is that I think one of the drivers of the rise of hip hop is the increasingly performative nature of electoral politics in Eastern Africa has opened up space for paid performances that did not previously exist. And the last 30 years has seen a great rise of possibilities for performers to play for political candidates. Because if one thing unites all politicians in East Africa is they're terrified of the youth, and they're all desperately anxious to get the youth vote. And they all kind of have this kind of, okay, the youth will like hip hop, right? Which is kind of dumb, but anyway. So, you know, Diamond Platinum's famously, he's hired by Kenyan politicians. He's not just hired by, it's just really an observation that the changing nature of electoral politics has opened up space for musical performance by hip hop artists in a significant way. And that's one of the phenomena I think that you're dealing with here. It's just an observation.
Emma, would you like to start?
I have a quick question. This is also for Emma. Emma, thank you for your paper. I have to go send organizing. But how can I explain this? In the case of Kenya, and probably, well, no, mostly in the case of Kenya, business and colonial business and even the government were not worried about communism because it was some kind of, there were not a lot of followers of communism. They were really probably early suppressed. I have seen some communication when they say, well, the Communist Party in Kenya is few, so we don't need to worry about this. So I would like to know, for the case precisely of Malawi, what was the position of business? Mostly talking about colonial business there. So that's my question.
Bueno, ahora sí. Yeah, over to you, Emma. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Can you all still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Right. Starting with the first question about kind of the methodology and the source material. This is primarily or almost exclusively a kind of archival based project. And the intention from the beginning has always been to really try to focus on African source material, so archive sources based in African archives, which doesn't mean to say that I haven't been kind of digging into archives in the UK or the US or Portugal, etc. But I really wanted to be kind of grounded by the material that was coming out of the Malawi government specifically. So the approach, I mean, really has just been kind of going into the archives and seeing what's available. If any of you have ever been to the National Archives of Malawi, or any kind of similar archive, maybe you'll be aware that there are no guarantees for what information you're going to find. So a lot of the time it's a case of kind of having a list of kind of events or personalities that you're interested in, and then, really seeing what turns up. There are areas that I've been interested in or thought that I was interested in that files are just kind of not available, or they're missing, or they've been destroyed. So in a kind of like really honest way, that has kind of guided a lot of the project based on, just what turns up. But in that archive, from the sources that you can see, that is really where you start to see these kind of, different connections between Malawi and the actors who are not the kind of usual actors. Really interesting to think about the connections with Taiwan. There are some North Korea connections at a certain point that I haven't entirely been able to dig into yet. So really kind of looking at all the documentation that was being produced within the Malawi government, whether that's through kind of diplomatic avenues or the kind of various government agencies in the country, and thinking about what were the issues that they were talking about and they were interested in, what were their anxieties, and those are kind of detailed throughout the years quite extensively, and then using that as a starting point to then say, okay, now when we open up to other archives, those are the threads that we can follow. So yeah, that's the kind of, if that answers the question about the kind of methods and the sources, it's mainly using government and diplomatic records from Malawi. I've been able to get into some of the archives in South Africa as well, in Pretoria, and they kind of add this new interesting angle on some of that relationship over time. But that's the kind of the main starting point. But obviously it's difficult to kind of get away from some of the kind of usual suspects, just because of how extensive the documentation can be. If you're looking at national archives in London or in DC, there's lots of material there, and that kind of helps to kind of factor in at the same time. On the question about transport linkages, it's a good question, and one that I am not entirely sure on where I stand about it, because I often get the sense that Malawi's economy being so reliant on, let's say, South Africa or Zimbabwe, Malawi being landlocked, not having access to the sea, being reliant on using ports on that kind of East African coast in Mozambique or Tanzania, it did give this sense that Malawi was kind of hemmed in and at the mercy of these kind of external forces that kind of help to shape Banda's decisions on who he should align with to kind of really get that economic security. At the same time, I often get the sense that some of these questions about the transport linkages or the labor force didn't often come to prominence until after something else had happened. So these weren't always anxieties that came up from the get-go, but there would often be a kind of alignment with, say, South Africa, or a falling out with Tanzania about something else, often about these kind of security issues. And then afterwards, the idea that Malawi had to kind of be friends with certain people to kind of preserve that economic security often came across as a kind of like a retrofitted justification for that, if that makes sense. Which is not to say that it wasn't important, but I think along the way there are these kind of different, it's hard to kind of get a sense of exactly what the timeline is and exactly what was the kind of deciding factor, if that makes sense. On the question of anxieties about East Germany or the Soviet Union, that's something that I've seen really kind of changes over time. And there's a point, I'm going to say, kind of in the mid-1970s, where the Soviet Union or Russia become the kind of the dominant looming specter of communist agency in the world. But for this period of the 1960s, I think specifically because of that China-Tanzania connection, specifically because of connections between Malawian exiles and the Chinese government, China really kind of completely outshadowed the Soviet Union in terms of what Banda's fears were about global communism. And then, it's later on when you start to see more kind of Soviet influence, particularly around the lead up to Zimbabwean independence, where that becomes then more of an important kind of scare factor. And then on the question about kind of communist presence in Malawi, I can't really speak too much to the colonial period, because even though the early part of my research kind of straddles the moment of independence, I'm really focusing specifically on the post-colonial period. But really, there wasn't a strong communist presence at any level at any time in Malawi. There were a handful of trade unions at a certain point. But even these, they had some kind of tenuous links to external organizations, but it was never a very real or specific threat that these influences were coming into Malawi. It was all kind of, perception, let me say, on Banda's part that didn't always match up to, that didn't at all match up to the reality of communist activity in Malawi. I hope that answers the questions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the questions and the comments. Emily, well, in fact, it's interesting. When she arrived to the presidency, she was understood that she got the post because she was the vice president. The idea was that she even was chosen for that post by Magufuli because the idea is that she was passive person, calm person, that she wouldn't cause problems to anyone in the politics. But when she assumed the presidency, obviously, she had to confront certain how can I say, certain doubts or questions, because we must remember, first of all, she's Muslim from Zanzibar. Second, in Tanzania, there was not at all a tradition of women having this kind of posts. But as it was respected the constitution, and she represented the hegemonic party, the Chama Pinduzi, she was accepted and supported by the, how can I say, the political class. And the reason why, in fact, up to now, the problem is she's having now problems, but mainly for her economic decisions. But politically speaking, she was, how can I say, acknowledge that she tried to improve even the relation with opposition parties. Because, for example, there is a very famous political opposition leader, Tundu Lissu, who is from the Chadema, the Chama Cha Democracia, that he had to run away by the time of Magufuli because there was not permission to give rallies. She was, how can I say, she got threats of death. He left the country. And Samuel Suluhu went to visit him to Belgium because he was there in an hospital in treatment. So she went there, and that gesture was acknowledged, was recognized as a good gesture. And as I mentioned, to some hip hop artists, she has supported them. She have given a space. Actually, she restarted these these awards for the best pop music artist. In that sense, she has a good acceptance. And even some people think that because she's a woman, she has been capable to deal with things better compared with Magufuli. But we must see what happens, because now with the, this disagreement that has been with her decisions about the concessions and the private companies in certain central or neurological places, we will see what happened. And up to now, I don't know if she has the idea to continue. She could get a relation, do I understand? I don't know well the Tanzanian constitution, but I suppose that she could have another term if she wish. But well, we'll see. And you're right, Justin. Well, the case of Jose Huacaya is interesting. Actually, I have a very close friendship with Mkoloni, one of the singers. And they were Samba. I mean, the language is Kizamba. Yes, and Jose Huacaya is the man of the village in Kizamba. But the point is that the mixture with other African languages is common in hip hop. Now I forgot this. There was a Maasai singer. Now my memory is failing to me. But he, Mr. Ibo, that he passed away. He made mixtures with Maasai, and he song with a Swahili, very broken Swahili. I mean, not a good Swahili, not a grammatical literary Swahili. He used broken Swahili in order to make an identity with the Maasai. But in fact, and also we must say that one situation in young people in Tanzania is the Kiswahili Chamtani, I mean the slang, because the Swahili of Tanzania changed a lot. I mean, the how can I say, the dictionary Swahili, the literary Swahili, forget it. Young people are more identified with these new words and these changes, and the Swahili hip hop of Tanzania changed a lot. There's not control, you know, there's not an institute of language of Swahili that is acknowledged in Kenya, Tanzania, or all the Swahili speaking countries, no? It's not like the Real Academy of Spanish, no? It's supposed that we have an academy on Spanish, even that we don't follow proper Spanish, but there's supposed an institution that makes the rules. In the case of Swahili, everyone follows the newspapers, the artists, everyone, and Swahili is changing all the time, no? So linguistically, it's interesting that point, but anyway, we can talk more later. But about politics, yes, it's true. All people try to use hip hop for politics, even in the world, even in Mexico. Follow some YouTube's places and you will see videos of some known people who try to make hip hop songs or lyrics. Museveni in the last election in Uganda 2-3 years ago, he's 85 and he was singing hip hop songs promoting himself. So hip hop doesn't recognize age as well. Okay, anyway, thank you.
Well, I'm afraid our time is up. We've got a short break of 10 minutes and I understand there are sandwiches. So,
sandwiches, no.
Se puede. 10 minutos y van a reconvenir por la tercera mesa. Muchas gracias. Fascinating. Yeah. Fascinating. Ajá, sí, pero ya no te podía extender más tiempo por lo mismo. En fin, voy a dar I'm going to give you my email address because I've got class and so I've got to go. Okay. It's very kind of you, thank you. Most of my things are in Spanish, so I'm going to suggest to her that we talk. And I can point her to the literature in English. Really kind of you, thank you. Just listen to what she's doing and give her some pointers. I think she would be really helpful to her. If she's going to rejig her
she's
thing.
really, she's swung around entirely from civil society to the soldiers, basically.
Yeah, and it's
kind of hard work.
It is, and it does involve a lot of. I mean, there's the question that I didn't ask her was to do with socialism and what the relationship is there, because that will have it's not just Shadow. I imagine in the 70s it was socialism.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For Numeri, it's entirely revolutionary socialism. That is completely language. Yeah. So, I mean, the funny thing, each of these periods of constitution making actually develops its own language of legitimation.
Of course.
And the only consistent thing is that kind of the nation gets mixed up in there. But otherwise, it's surprising how much they change. But it's often because they're very good at wrapping themselves in the flag, and they actually naturally do consider themselves to be the embodiment of the nation. For
of course they do. But there's also got a national organisation and a system of.
Oh, yeah.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Espero que todos ya estén bien comidos. Pues ya hemos llegado al final de este gran congreso, ¿no? Sobre el continente africano. Gracias a Cristian por organizarlo. Y como acabamos de mencionar, es una iniciativa muy buena, especialmente para el CIDE. Tenemos mucho interés en promover la historia y las ciencias sociales. Bueno, yo hablo desde la disciplina de historia de esta zona, y como tenemos el gusto de tener a Cristian aquí como colega, yo creo que es una muy buena, un buen momento para empezar líneas de investigación sobre los diferentes países y el propio de África y el propio continente. Así es que, y gracias a todos por estar aquí. Muchas gracias. Y hoy tengo el gusto de presentar a nuestro invitado, el profesor Justin Willis, que es un profesor de el Departamento de Historia de la Universidad de Durham en el Reino Unido. Entonces, voy a leer en dos idiomas una pequeña semblanza, primero en inglés y luego la traducción en español, ¿no? Entonces, now it's an honor to present our keynote speaker. Welcome to CIDE, Professor Willis. Thank you for being here and here in the Congress and at CIDE. So the professor has been conducting research on the recent history of Eastern Africa for more than 30 years. He has undertaken archival and oral historical research in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Sudan. He has considerable experience in presenting research-based knowledge to policy audiences and devised CPD courses for development workers, diplomats, and others working in Eastern Africa. He has undertaken consultancies for the DFID, FCDO, and the World Bank, as well as publishing widely in academic journals. He's involved in various kinds of public engagements, having written articles for Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, Newsweek, Huffington Post, The Conversation, and the Washington Post Monkey Cage. Now I shall switch to Spanish. Tengo el gusto de presentar al profesor Justin Willis, que es profesor de Historia de la Universidad de Durham en el Reino Unido. Trabaja la historia reciente de África Oriental desde hace 30 años. Ha trabajado archivos en Kenia, Uganda, Tanzania y Sudán. Ha participado ampliamente en comunicar sus conocimientos para informar políticas públicas y diseñado cursos para estudios del desarrollo, para asuntos diplomáticos y otros profesionales que trabajen sobre África Oriental. Ha sido también consultor del Banco Mundial, de la DFID, de la FCDO, y tiene múltiples publicaciones en revistas académicas, tomando parte en divulgación de la historia, y escrito para revistas como Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, Newsweek, Huffington Post, The Conversation y el Washington Post Monkey Cage. Solo mencionaré, su bibliografía personal es muy extensa. Solo mencionaré algunos, ¿no? Para darle más tiempo al profesor para dar su charla. Y algo, también voy a mencionar algo de su trayectoria, ¿no? Ya dije que es profesor de Historia de la Universidad de Durham, pero también ha sido director asistente del British Institute in Eastern Africa, ha sido profesor temporal en el SOAS, que es el School of Oriental and African Studies, ha sido asociado investigador asociado en el Centro de Estudios Africanos de la Universidad de Cambridge, y también director del Instituto Británico de África Oriental. Y entonces voy a leer algunas de sus publicaciones. Es document number 5, Elections and Tutelary Politics in Uganda, 1967-71, en el English Historical Review, y junto con Nick Cheeseman y Gabriel Lynch, The Moral Economy of Elections in Africa, Democracy, Virtue and Citizenship, del Cambridge University Press, con Hassan Mwakimako. No voy a pronunciar mi francés porque no es muy bueno, pero es sobre la costa de Kenia y es acerca de la relación de la religión, la raza y la etnicidad. Y Fuyant, ¿qué es Fuyant? Oh, what is Fuyant? Translation.
Sorry. Fuyant, fleeting, evasive.
Y la noción evasiva de la community,
Yeah,
de la comunidad política. Bueno, y con Nick Cheeseman y Karuti Kanyinga, Gabriel Lynch y Mutuma Ruteri, Kenya's 2017 elections, winner takes all politics as usual, del Journal of Eastern African Studies. Y finalmente aquí termino with Nick Cheeseman and Gabriel Lynch, Voting, Nationhood and Citizenship in Late Colonial Africa, Historical Journal. Okay, I just said I was going to stop, yeah. Okay, y entonces ya le voy a dar la palabra al profesor que nos va a hablar hoy sobre Africa, New Perspectives on Social, Economic and Political History. Professor, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Lara. And I would like to thank CIDE and Colmex for the very generous invitation to come here. I'm honored and flattered to have the opportunity to address you. And I should also say, just personally, it's fantastic being in Mexico and I'm loving it. So thank you very much indeed. So it's hard not to feel that we are globally at a moment of change. Of course, as historians, we should be instantly wary of such feelings. People in any time have often felt that the world is shifting around them. Yet the sense that we are in a particularly febrile and unstable moment persists. We are perhaps finally coming to the end of the long American century. Climate change and migration are remaking the world. The location of power in the world is shifting. One response to that sense of change would be perhaps to think that history, all history, might be of little relevance. With our eye on these multiple changes and challenges, perhaps we should be focusing our energy and our resources on the future and on science in the limited English sense of that word, of engineering, physics, and the like. It's not difficult to find evidence of that attitude, even within universities, where resources and support seem to flow ever more towards those science disciplines. And certainly that's a common attitude in political rhetoric in my own country and in many other countries across the world. That external questioning of the value of history coincides with a very acute internal debate within academia about knowledge politics generally, on which more below. And it presents us with challenges and opportunities. What perspective can history offer us on this moment of change? And in particular, from the point of view of today's talk, what can the study of the history of Africa do for us at a moment of global change? That, of course, in itself raises an even more basic question: what is history for anyway? One common answer to that question is a simple one, that history somehow explains the present, that by looking at history, we can find the cause of current circumstances. That is the argument of E.H. Carr's famous old book on what is history. And of course, that is a tempting argument, a way to assert our relevance as historians at this moment of change. But I think that as historians collectively, we've become increasingly skeptical of trying to identify singular causes in the way that Carr suggested. The effect of any event or phenomenon is almost always conditioned by what preceded it and what followed it, and is difficult to disentangle from multiple other effects and phenomena. As Fred Cooper has pointed out in the introduction to his book on Africa since 1940, chasing singular explanatory moments for current circumstances risks misrepresenting the past. To identify a singular historical cause for any situation might be useful political rhetoric, a way to mobilize and inspire action, but it's rarely good history. Drawing on his work in Africa, Cooper has argued instead that history is important because it helps us to remember that the present is not
the inevitable result of the past. History reminds us that the past was full of different possible futures. And that helps us to think about the present too, as a moment that is also full of possibilities, and to be aware that our decisions matter because they can open or close off those possible futures. We can perhaps take this point further. History helps us to understand people and the nature of the decisions that they have taken, because even when they are doing bad or foolish things, humans usually think that they are doing the right thing. Things rarely turn out as expected. History is full of failures, but it's even more full of interventions whose effects were quite different from their intended goals. The historian's key question might not be so much what caused this as why did people think that was a good idea? This also, of course, helps us to understand people's feeling at some times that their decisions in the past were the only option available to them, that they really had no decision to take and that their alternatives were being closed off. Considering that may help us to question our own assumptions and beliefs in this time of change. By seeing people in the past as fallibly moral creatures whose decisions, however bad or ill-judged they might appear now, seemed right to them, we gain a perspective on our own assumptions and judgments. The past, we should remember, was full of people who were reaching for the future, just as we are. History is the study of past futures, and in a rapidly changing and increasingly conflict-ridden world, that might not be a bad thing for us to be thinking of. Now, that's one further quote on this topic too. So what I'm suggesting to you is that history is a way for us to think about futures and a way for us to understand people's decisions in the past and why they understood those as the right or moral decisions. Now, to take that a little further and specifically to relate this to Africa, I want to talk now a little bit about the history of African history and to point to two problematics with which historians have wrestled, sometimes in a productive way, sometimes in a less productive way, and not always successfully, but nonetheless continually and in some ways interestingly. The first of those problematics with which we have been concerned as historians of Africa can, I suppose, most simply be termed as extroversion, to borrow a phrase from Jean-François Bayard. Bayard used this term to explain a deep history of African politics as he understood it, but we can also think of this in terms of knowledge politics. In our questions, assumptions, and in our communications, we historians of Africa have often had to look beyond the continent. Academic historians of Africa have often had to see themselves as, and have been actually, primarily advocates for Africa, yet speaking to audiences beyond Africa. The second, and not unrelated problematic, is that of colonialism. The enormity of colonialism has inflected all of our writing on African history, and not only in the ways which have been identified by recent concerns with decolonizing and decoloniality, on which more below. Historians of Africa have tended to understand ourselves and Africa as in a prolonged historic struggle with colonialism, always seeking to escape from colonialism, since we are ourselves products of it. That has shaped our analysis, our approach to our sources, and it has tended to mold us as self-conscious insurgents, profoundly suspicious of the sources that we often have to use, always seeking to ventriloquize an African voice that speaks for an imagined African alternative. The sense of engagement, of a mission, of advocacy has been a powerful one, but it has also created its own problems, encouraging sometimes some overly schematic thinking and presenting us with constant challenges about how we deal with our own position in this complicated knowledge landscape. While maintaining this basic concern with dealing with colonialism, some of the most interesting work in African history has moved, I should say, beyond any straightforward paradigm of African resistance to colonialism to think in much more complex ways about what colonialism is and what it continues to mean. In some ways, we have always been tempted by Jacob Ajayi's formulation, coming at a moment of optimism in the 1960s, when African historians looked forward to a future beyond colonialism. Ajayi wanted us to think of history as a way of studying colonialism as no more than a brief episode in a deeper and longer African history. That has always tempted us, but of course it has always been a challenge because we ourselves and everything we study is kind of tangled up with colonialism. So we've been drawn by Ajayi's vision. We have also struggled to achieve it. To begin with, extroversion. Academic writing on African history really emerged in the mid-20th century as in some ways a reactive discipline with a political program shaped by a contrarian urge, what we might call an anti-Hegelian reflex. No history of African history is complete without a reference to Hegel, and indeed to his co-villain, Hugh Trevor Roper. These represent a vision of Africa as the continent without history, as the continent in which history was and is impossible. And as historians of Africa, we have always struggled against this and written against this. That first wave of African history was to some extent entwined with the desire to produce histories that could be taught in African schools and universities. And it produced the early works of African history with which we are all familiar, with their tellings of histories to 1900 and or their teleological histories of the nation. So I'm showing you here the classic works by Godfrey Muriuki, Isaria Kimambo, Kenneth Dike, the sort of the early pioneers of African history. Now, when it began, then African history was a minor insurgent discipline seeking to overturn academic norms. It has grown enormously since then internationally as a field of academic study. When I was a student at the beginning of the 1980s, my choice of degree was still seen as quite unusual. That, of course, was part of the attraction from my point of view. African history was still at that point a niche pursuit in the United Kingdom. That is no longer the case. In the United Kingdom and elsewhere in Europe and across the US, certainly, many undergraduates study African history in a way that was simply unimaginable 40 years ago. The contrarian insurgent urge of African history writing has driven that growth. Yet, at the same time, we have continued to be in many ways extroverted in our approach and our understanding. The very fact that I'm advertising to you the expansion of this field outside Africa is a pointer to that continued persistent extroversion. African history writing, and I think other scholarship on Africa, has continued to be shaped, even dominated, by engagement with audiences and funders outside Africa. There was a brief period in the 1960s and early 1970s when much of the most exciting work on African history was being undertaken in Africa by Kimambo, Muriuki, and others. But since the 1970s, African universities have struggled to support an active or properly funded research community. And on the whole, African politicians and public intellectuals have either discounted history or preferred only the most instrumental and straightforward narratives. Many professional historians from Africa have been forced to move to the US, to Europe, or elsewhere. The major study centers, the major funders, the major publishers, all are outside Africa. This is a profound problem which is persistent. It continues to shape the discipline and it continues to drive much work, but it continues to be a deep problem. Aware of that epistemic inequality, as Bethwell Agot has called it, we have continued to write as contrarians, inspired by the urge to correct what we see as misperceptions about Africa that we link, explicitly or not, to colonialism. The generalizations of journalists, the casual assumptions of popular figures in Europe and the US, hostile comments by public figures, and even to what we might see as well-meaning but ill-informed
humanitarian or development initiatives. There is plenty of this kind of thing. This is a notorious cover from The Economist magazine in the year 2000. This kind of presentation has persisted and continues to drive much of the work that Africanist historians and other scholars do. So this has been both a driver and a problem for scholarship on African history and other fields. It has pushed path-breaking work on multiple themes, inspired by the need to counter these misperceptions, insisting that Africa is not simply a hopeless continent, that its past is not simply the story of misogyny or of communal violence, as some external observers might want us to believe. So we can look at, for example, the path-breaking work on women in Africa that came out through the 1970s, the 1980s, the early 1990s, constantly driven by this desire to challenge those narratives, to push the boundaries of knowledge, to validate, to valorize a history of Africa that was not simply about misery or hopelessness. So too with other fields, with work on environmental history, with work on ethnicity and autochthony, constantly scholarship has sought to challenge these external perceptions. And it's been great work, it's been fascinating, but we have to remember that it has always maintained this sense of extroversion, this engagement, this sense of advocacy, trying to persuade people beyond Africa that Africa is not what they think it is. It's driven fantastic scholarship, but of course that it is itself a problematic perspective. We write as explainers or advocates with our eyes on an often skeptical audience beyond Africa, with funds from external sources. We are not, and we are still largely not, writing for African audiences. History writing on any part of the world wrestles with some tensions. I think these will be familiar to any of us who are historians. One is that, oh, sorry, pressing the wrong button. One is the familiar one between structure and agency. Are we writing histories of the emergence of institutions in the broadest sense that shape events, or are we writing about the ability of people to shape their own lives? Another of those tensions that all historians wrestle with is that between continuity and disjuncture. Are we writing stories of dramatic change, of before and after moments in the past? Another of our enduring tensions as historians is that between universalism and particularism. Are we studying the human condition with relevance to anywhere, or are we making arguments that are really about very particular human societies in very particular human moments? Are we writing in celebration of human difference or in celebration of our shared humanity? Now, actually all history, I think all good history tries to hold these tensions in balance. But one of the features, I think, of African history is that our attempts to hold them in balance have always been inflected by the looming presence of colonialism, again, in ways that have been productive, but possibly also limiting. In terms of agency, of course, colonialism readily suggests itself as the mother of all institutions, the preeminent structuring structure, the thing that explains everything, a ready explanatory device for current inequality or poverty or any kind of problem. You can just point and say, it was colonialism. Now that may, on some levels, often be true, but it's also often a fantastically mechanistic and crude argument, which probably understates to a very significant extent the complexities of the past. It has, of course, allowed some historians to focus on big arguments about structure, which have been productive and useful, but at the same time, it has raised the problem that it tends to write possibility out of the past because it assumes that colonialism itself determines everything that happens and that the people of Africa simply become victims, unable to shape what happens to them. So that suddenly this becomes a past without possibilities where all is predetermined by that colonial moment. As a result of that, and in reaction against that possibility, just as some historians have focused on those colonialism as a structuring cause, others have instead been very concerned to write about agency and difference. And we might, for example, think of these two very different books about the nature of authority in colonial and post-colonial Africa. Mahmoud Mamdani's very famous book, Citizen and Subject, Naboke Osakefio Lennox's more recent book on chieftaincy in colonial Ghana. Mamdani's book is a kind of classic structuring book in a sense. It says colonialism reshaped the nature of authority in Africa in ways that change everything. Naboko's book is really much more about the extent to which institutions of government and chiefship in colonial Africa were constantly being shaped from below as well as from above. We cannot simply understand the colonial moment as a moment of imposition in which Africans had no choices. And if we go back to that scholarship on women in Africa that I mentioned earlier, which is was for many years one of the most exciting and productive fields, that wrestling again with that question of how to recognize the structuring significance of colonialism without denying the possibilities which genuinely existed in people's lives is something that literature wrestled with. And this is a sentence from the introduction to one of those books which attempts to make that point, that we have to understand African women and all Africans as having an ability to shape their futures. So, structure and agency inflected by colonialism. Considerations of change and continuity in African history have also, of course, quite easily potentially boiled down to debates over whether colonialism was a profound disjuncture, as many would argue, or whether Africa's political culture should be understood in terms of a deep continuity. As we have wrestled with the enormity of colonialism, it's been hard not to think of disjuncture and change solely in terms of colonialism, as though there were no other kinds of institution in Africa and no other ways to understand disjuncture and indeed the generalizable aspects of human history. So colonialism and our wrestle with it has been very productive, but it's also been potentially a problem for African studies. So to give you an example of this from the history of money, which is something that interests me at the moment, in African history, we can look back to the debates of the 1960s, which pitched what were then called substantivists against formalists. This is a classic example of those tensions over colonialism and over the nature of structure and agency and disjuncture and continuity. The substantivists of the 1960s argued that there had been no such thing as general money in pre-colonial Africa, and they insisted that there had been alternative market rationales in Africa, which were deeply embedded in culture. By contrast, the formalists insisted that human societies all inhabit the same rationality, so African societies before colonialism must have had money, and they must have had a kind of an economic rationality which is visible and comprehensible to modern economic theory. Each of those schools thought they were combating colonialism. Each of them thought they were shunning ethnocentrism, but each of them accused the other of being ethnocentric and of privileging the colonial. The substantivists argued that the formalists were arguing that there was only one kind of rationality in the world. The formalists argued that the substantivists were saying that Africans were unable to cope with money. At that time, the formalists in some way appeared to win that debate by emphasizing that they were the ones who really believed in African agency. Yet later work, I think, has to some degree successfully squared that circle by returning to an emphasis on what we might call monetary multiplicity, that is, on the multiplicity of different forms of value within any society. In doing so, that more recent literature, notably the work of Jane Geyer, but others as well, has drawn on and developed debates from scholars working on other parts of the world, seeking to hold in tension the evident structuring power of money and markets with an awareness that money is always and everywhere a social phenomenon. So this, I think, is an example where those tensions and that struggle with colonialism has ultimately been productive for African history and has actually allowed African history to engage very productively with the history of money more widely in the world. As a recent volume on histories of money has put it, emphasizing the role of Africanist historiography in shaping writing on money elsewhere in the world, Africanist historiography has helped to demonstrate across the world that histories of money are never only about money. And this Africa continues to be a focus for exciting new work on the history of money, I would say. So, as I've been emphasizing the problem of colonialism, you might think that I'm simply calling for decolonization, a term much in vogue. Actually, while I'm very much in sympathy with that concern over knowledge politics, which drives that debate, I'm also a little bit cautious of some of the current debate, partly because it seems to me that there is a strangely doubled colonialism in what is going on in both Europe and North America. As institutions in Europe and North America demand decolonization, they are seeking to define what this means, and so to confirm their centrality in the production of knowledge. One is tempted to think of the analogy with the formal end of European empire, where, as has been pointed out, what was called decolonization was a top-down attempt to take control of processes that were already underway. And it's hard not to look at the current debate about decolonization and recall Frantz Fanon's ironic jibe, "For God's sake, let's decolonize quick." His point being that this was always an attempt by those in power to take control of processes that they felt were running beyond them. It does seem to me a curious situation that universities in the United Kingdom can now present themselves as best placed to teach, at a price, Indians or Nigerians how to decolonize. We need to think carefully about how we address imbalances in the production of academic knowledge, lest we simply reproduce them. So the point I'm aiming to make is a different one. It's not about changing reading lists. I'm arguing that as historians of Africa, we have long been struggling with the challenge of how to reckon with the enormity of colonialism. And in doing so, we have become increasingly aware of how capacious colonialism truly was and is. We can see that in the way that we think about our sources. As historians of Africa, we've had a very conflicted relationship with our documentary sources. The majority of these sources might reasonably be described as colonial, produced in the course of extractive relationships before formal colonial rule, through the process of colonial government, or in the aftermath of formal rule by governments, development agencies, and the like, which are pursuing projects of change that are widely or wholly inspired from beyond Africa and are in some ways in themselves colonial. We have, as historians, therefore, been critical of these sources, cautious in our use of them, trying to read through them and beyond them to understand what they might tell us about African society. We are basically unsympathetic to our sources because we view them as the battle plans of the enemy or as the recipes of poisoners. That has encouraged us to favor alternative sources, documentary or oral, that come from outside government, what we have tended to valorize as popular sources from beyond colonial power. Oral histories, fragments of letters, pieces of documentation that seem to come to us from beyond the world of power. And we are tempted always to seize upon these as the real deal, evidence of what people actually thought, precious glimpses into the popular experience and ideas which are the other to the colonialism which we seek to write against. But here too, African historians have had to complicate that simple dichotomy. We've had to think about how accidents of preservation may mislead us into treating a letter or an oral interview as the definitive statement of popular thinking. We have had to think beyond that idea that there are colonial sources and not colonial sources, and approach all of our sources with a substantial degree of skepticism, and to be aware that in one way or another, processes of power and preservation that are often ultimately to do with colonialism shape the preservation and availability of those sources to us as scholars. Just as colonialism was many things, we also must remember the thoughts and hopes and moral decisions of Africans were surely diverse and contradictory too.
And we cannot simply think of these as counterposed to colonialism, as voices from an anti-colonialism. We shouldn't try to distill from them the essence of a kind of antithesis of colonialism, a moral world of not colonialism. We must instead treat them, these fragments, these moments of insight, with the respect they deserve, as documents produced by people who were and are living with colonialism, as Heather Sharkey has put it, and whose future making and whose visions of possible futures reflected that. We have learned, I think, to be appropriately skeptical and respectful of all of our sources, because we have to think about how colonialism inflects how we have obtained them and our relationship to them and what has produced them. Now, the good news, I think, for Africanist historians and for many other historians is that the possibilities opened up by those skeptical readings of sources are multiplied now. For this is a time when we as historians of Africa, and I think historians of other parts of the world too, are benefiting from the possibilities of the digital preservation and access and circulation of sources, and as new other techniques of looking into the lives of people in the past through archaeology, through approaches of material inquiry. There has been an extraordinary explosion of the availability of sources of different kinds. And if we are willing to look across and talk across disciplines, we are now able to look at a much richer set of sources for Africa's past than was the case, well, certainly 40 years ago, but even actually 10 or 15 years ago. This has driven much excellent new work on a whole series of periods of African history, from the deep history of West Africa, the work of Bruce Hall or Michael Gomez, to much more recent work on our archival sources, which tells us about African diasporas in East Germany in the 1960s or 1970s in new ways by using new sources. We have often fretted about our sources as historians of Africa, but one definite piece of good news is that sources have become much more widely available, even as our ways of thinking about those sources have, I think, become more effective and sophisticated. This productive thinking about our sources has also extended beyond documents to quantitative data. I think for many years, historians of Africa have been inclined to be skeptical of quantitative data. There have been exceptions to this, but on the whole, there was a decline in the study, for example, of African economic history in the 1980s and 1990s. In the context of Africa's prolonged and multiple economic crises, historians of Africa became, I think it's fair to say, suspicious of economics as a field, inclined to see quantitative data as the tool of experts whose policies had failed and who seemed complicit in the reproduction of poverty and inequality on a global scale. And as historians, our attention turned rather to demonstrating the gulf between the economic orthodoxy of numbers and the distinct economic rationalities of subjects, which produced some excellent work. We can think perhaps of the gulf that exists between Tony Hopkins' famous economic history of West Africa, very much rooted in a quantitative approach, and Keleto Atkins' equally excellent work, which was very much attempting to rethink economic history from alternative perspectives on economic rationality. So numbers, we felt, were guilty of conspiracy with colonial projects, and so we shunned them. But as Tony Hopkins pointed out, that left the field of African economic history to non-historians. They did some ingenious and provocative work, mostly tending towards big structural arguments, but they also were at risk of misinterpreting the data because in their passion for numbers, they were not always careful to think about what the numbers actually meant. So while Hopkins was in a way, I think, overly dismissive of the alternative histories of ways that people had developed, he was right in saying that it was a pity that the field of quantitative history was left to non-historians to make sometimes rather crude arguments about the nature of change. Happily, I think that has also changed in recent years, and historians of Africa have returned to numbers in significant ways.
Again, this has partly been driven by the fact that numbers, quantitative material, is actually becoming more available. The same processes of digitization, of the opening up of new sources, have made sources available for quantitative as well as qualitative research. And we can think of this, for example, Lee Gardner's work on taxing colonial Africa, which has been a very important way not only of reintroducing quantitative methods, but also of insisting on the nature of African agency and of balancing that with realities of international structures and the structuring nature of financial powers. One of the things that Gardner's work, and her work also with Jutta Bolt, has been very good at doing, I think, has been holding that tension between structure and agency in balance, seeing the importance of colonialism, yet also looking to the sources to understand how actually colonial states did not define everything, and that colonial institutions were, as Bolt and Gardner put it, the outcome of interactions, unequal, unfair, profoundly power-laden and often gendered interactions, but nonetheless interactions which reflected the fact that there were alternative possibilities in people's lives and people pursued those possibilities. Gardner has been doing this at a grand scale. At a more local scale, my colleague at Durham, Laura Channing's work, has shown that colonial states were not the only taxing institution in a colonial context, and that tax became a part of the aspirations and future-making and moral arguments that very much involved Africans. This work is not an apologia for colonial taxation or a downplaying of the significance of colonialism. It's rather a way of thinking about people's decisions and their future-making and how colonialism could become a part of those decisions. To repeat my earlier words, we are trying to understand how capacious colonialism truly was. As historians, our dislike of colonialism has tended to lead us into a hostility to all projects associated with authority, and to writing histories which recount the failings of authorities' projects with a degree of satisfaction or even glee. There is good reason for that. There have been many ill-conceived projects which have not achieved their aims in Africa, from the Office du Niger to the Zande scheme to some more recent grand projects. But there is, of course, a danger in that our reflex critical response may leave us with little more to say or think about these projects than that they went wrong and failed. Again, to quote Cooper, is it possible to think about possible futures where people do have piped water at the same time as developing critiques of colonial projects to give them piped water? Actually, piped water might be a legitimate human aspiration, and we should not just mock those projects which have sought to deliver it. So historians have become interested in identifying more than failure. Laura Quadira's work on robot farmers in the Office du Niger is a nice example. And recent work on what we might call social histories of citizenship and of bottom-up remakings of colonial projects also have given us a different perspective on colonialism and on people's agency within it. David Morton's work on informal housing in Lorenzo Marx, which treats that not simply as African resistance to colonial projects, but as a pursuit of aspirations by Africans who were looking to make their future in towns as a new kind of person. Or with Abenadov Oseosare's work on healers in Ghana, which takes as its starting point the claims to authority of literate healers rather than any state project. None of this is evading or decentering colonialism. Rather, it's work that points to the contradictory and incoherent nature of colonialism and the ways in which colonial forms and techniques could become part of everyday life, shaping moral decisions and future-making. In offering this perspective on colonialism as capacious because it was and is full of contradictory possibilities, much of this work has put aside the chronological distinction between colonial and post-colonial. And so we might think of some of the very good recent work on ideas of citizenship in what we, in post-colonial, to use that word, Africa. So in the 1960s and 1970s, there's recently been very good work thinking about how people themselves imagined themselves as citizens of states and how they understood their future and how that led them into their own kind of projects of future making. So this work has noted grand follies and profound injustices created by state projects of change, but it has also encouraged us to ask, what did those projects do? Because rather than simply being resisted, these projects became part of possible futures which people saw, and they shaped people's sense of how they could and should behave. If we're to comprehend the enormity of colonialism, we need to think about how people have made projects part of their own imagined futures. Now, Africanist history writing remains problematic in many ways. In a very straightforward way, I embody that problem. I am here, an old white guy, talking to you about the history of Africa. We academic historians are a guild. We are a priesthood almost. We write in specialist ways to argue amongst ourselves. We preserve our status and mystique partly through our esoteric forms of communication. We can and should probably all be doing more to move beyond this. In terms of our writing for fellow academics and students, we should be thinking about how this can be freely available to students and colleagues based in Africa. Open access books and journals offer a way to do this. The French Africa AE open edition series is a great example. And we should be looking to seize the opportunities that now exist for short form writing to communicate academic ideas. And we should be looking to do this in collaborative ways with colleagues across the world and within the continent. There are now great platforms for collaborative short form writing that can present historical knowledge to audiences within Africa as well as beyond it. The Conversation is an obvious example. And there are also some country or regional specific platforms within Africa, like the Elephant within East Africa. We should be looking to use those more as historians. We should be seizing that advantage to communicate to new audiences, to try and overcome the extroversion which has always characterized our work, and to think of writing for and engaging with African audiences in a way that's previously been very difficult to achieve. Those new technologies of communication also create new possibilities for producing knowledge and for producing a more balanced academy where you don't have to listen to people like me. It's now possible to put together teams across continents online, to work together actively in designing and conducting research and in writing, and to think about using these new affordances of technology to address the persistent marginalization of the continent in the writing of its own history. There is a tremendous opportunity to recenter research and to make it collaborative in new ways. I've been working over the last 4 years very largely online with a group of colleagues in Uganda. And we've actually managed to meet physically 3 times now, but almost all of our interactions have been online. And we are now just about at the stage where we've written a book together. It is possible now to do these things in a way that it was not possible 20 or 30 years ago. And we should be doing it. And this is not just a matter of engaging with colleagues in Africa. As I sit here in Mexico, there is a whole world, a wider world outside the traditional centers of knowledge which have monopolized study of Africa, which it is now possible for scholars to engage with, and it is now possible for there to be engagements from Mexico to Africa, from Indonesia to Africa, from India to Africa. These possibilities exist in new ways. This is a time for new historical perspectives then. At the height of hubris, after the end of the Cold War, Francis Fukuyama, some of us will remember, declared the end of history. Humanity, he said, had arrived at its destination. Now, that, of course, was always bad history. It might have looked like that from where he was sitting, but it wasn't like that in much of the world. But the present is always full of possibilities. And now, even for the parts of the world that Fukuyama was writing for, history has started up again with a bang. People who thought that their lives were beyond disruption and that the future would flow seamlessly from the present suddenly find themselves right in the middle of history again, and the rain is beating them in ways they had not quite imagined, certainly in my own country. For all of us, all over the world, there is a sudden, clamorous need
to understand the decisions and the projects of the past, to revisit what we thought was history. Multiple questions press in upon us on climate change, on energy transitions, on the environment, in the many possible meanings of that term, on rising levels of conflict, on the apparent fragility of many states despite years of state building, on why so many people in the world remain poor after years and decades of development. These are all questions for historians as much as for other disciplines. I am not suggesting that we will find silver bullets for these pressing questions in Africa's past, but we can understand how and why people have sought to manage challenges in particular ways and why they thought what they were doing was the right thing. We can also consider the unintended consequences that have followed on. We can learn to respect those whom we study as historical actors, in Wole Soyinka's poignant phrase, to leave the dead some room to dance, by thinking about how they sought to make their futures and reflecting on that as we do that for ourselves. We cannot expect the dead to provide answers to our questions, but they can teach us that the future has not been decided by the past, that the present, now, just as in the past, contains multiple futures. Without idealizing individual agency, for surely the long 20th century has shown us the power of institutions and structures, we can and should be aware that people have and do make decisions, and that humans are always ultimately moral beings. They try to make sense of their own decisions and those of others in terms of what is right to do. Historians should always be asking, why did those people think that was the right thing to do? What else might they have done? Reminding society more generally of those lessons of possibility and of responsibility might perhaps be our distinctive role as historians of Africa and of anywhere in the context of humanity's current dilemmas and challenges. History has not ended, we are living it, and the work of historians is more relevant than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Willis. And now I'll open the floor to some questions. I don't know what form you prefer, if you want to answer question by question, or do you want a group of questions?
I think it's probably better to have several questions at once.
Great.
I think that makes it easier for people to ask.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so the floor is open. Christian, ¿quieres tomar el?
Thank you very much for your very nice presentations, the speech, and all the ideas that we can get now. Well, I have something to ask you. Probably is more a personal, how can I say, the worry or situation that it makes to me now that we're talking about these perspectives of African studies. Because, for example, obviously, in this case, we're talking about the scholarship on English language. What about the what is made on French or other languages? Obviously, that in the case of Spanish is not probably so wide, but probably the perspectives that you can find in the research, it's different depending the language and the historical tradition. If that the research comes from countries who were political empires or were former colonies, for example, it's a barrier always, because, for example, sometimes it's a problem that we don't know because we don't know the language, what is written about Africa in Japan. But you know that there's a scholarship of Africa in Japan, but we don't know what they say. And the case of Russia or Scandinavian languages. So I think in that sense it's complicated, because obviously every school has their own tradition and their own way to deal with the topic, no, of Africa. This is something that it's worrying me a little bit. And I don't know if globalization will change things. Also with the topic itself of Africa. Because the idea will be that the historical tradition of marginality as you pointed out very well, comes from Hegel. And the point is that we still see the marginality of the continent, even that the world is more global in all the senses, even in the matter of information, the sources, the resources that we can get to make research. So the point will be, do you think this can change on the short term? I mean, we're more global, but at the same time, we still with the same problems about the studies, the African studies in the world. And also thinking, for example, you remember that after the bipolar world, there was the school of Afro-pessimism. And then now in this 21st century, with the growing presence of China and Russia, I don't know if we can begin to think about a new period or different period, and how can we label it? Well, this I am worries and reflection. Thank you.
Answer first?
No, let's take it.
Okay, so my question is not really a question, more like a comment, because I'm not a historian. I'm in literary studies, and I think it's really interesting how not only can we have access to colleagues from all over the world, but also to different colleagues from other areas, and see how everything like links together, like history and literature and anthropology and politics even, and how cultural products are like a response to history, but they are also are history makers or part of that. So I think it's really interesting that you tell us that like all of these possibilities that are not only for historians actually, but for other disciplines, and to work together as interdisciplinary works. Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank from my heart the Colegio de Mexico and the Centro of Investigations and Studies in Economy. I don't know if I have translated correctly, yeah, for the organization of this conference, which gives a clear idea that Mexico gives great interest to a big continent, which is my continent, sorry, because I think that I'm the only African here. Okay. So we are thankful for this initiative, Dr. Arturo and Senora Clara. Well, and thank you, Senor Wills, for your brilliant intervention, because it's focused on a sensitive issue, which is colonialism. Really, Africa has suffered during a long time from this phenomenon, and most particularly in my country, Algeria, we have suffered, and the sequels, the impacts of this shameful issue still right now, and we remember from it, we have suffered, we have paid a huge bill, more than 10 million persons from the beginning of the colonialism until the independence in 1962. So thank you very much for your focus and the importance given to this issue. I have some comment, and let me start from a very important sentence that you have said in your conclusion. The future, or our future, the future of the humanity, not only the African people, must begin from the present, not on the past. But let me say that what we have seen on the past as colonialism is a changing phase, and it became a new colonialism. The same ways, the same strategies are here present in each fields we have seen, and we are seeing right now that the farmer colonial powers maintaining their same ideology. Why I'm talking about that? Because that not only impact our present, but our common future for the coming years. Therefore, in my opinion, we have to focus just a little on what we have to do in order to avoid the same human errors. Colonialism never has been an European or it's a world and humanitarian issue. Therefore, in my opinion, I would like to share with the student, I'm not a historian, I'm not specialist as you and as the doctors and the professors here. But in order to avoid committing the same errors, we have to do some things, at least three main issues. We have respect. We have to respect the popular will of states and peoples. Let them express about themselves in politics, in economy, in social way, in their way of living, not under the angle of democracy. Because we have seen, we have seen this speech, you need democracy, but we know what behind democracy, okay? So the popular will, it's very important. Let them decide about their future. And let me remember here something with shameful, which is the last colony in Africa, the last colony in Africa of Western Sahara. It's a member of the African Union. There is the Union, the European Union, the Court of Justice have decided, as you are a European, you can check that 3 or 4 times. Morocco has now sovereignty on the Western Sahara. The United Nations say the same thing. So we have to deal with a real case right now of colonialism, which is unacceptable, which is a clear case that we have not finished with the colonialism. And I suggest that the international community, I don't know what does mean international community. Who is decide, but the international community, allow me to take this word, have to change his vision about our continent. Our continent is not just a place for affordable resources, energetic resources, and human resources to do something. They have to think about how we can work in order to succeed. And I think it's the good thing. If we all together, we cannot say this is the error of the international community or the farmer colonial powers. It's our common responsibility to think together, to say, yeah, we have centers of this problem. What we need to do, we have to change and start to think in order to bridge between the two worlds, in order to start to imagine solutions, in order to help them. Because we cannot forget the fact that what those peoples, those states, this continent is living right now is the direct result of colonialism. Again, thank you very much for your subject. Thank you very much.
Me again. I have also comments, and it's connected with this last point or points. One of the things I wanted to, I loved your presentation, by the way. There's a lot of things that touch upon Mexican history as well. And one of the things I'd like to say, if we need to, and if we want to collaborate more, for example, I work the early modern period, and it's been termed by some as the first colonialism, which of course is different, but also the same as, 18th and 19th century and 20th century colonialism. So perhaps, maybe we could do some, cross discussions, not only over countries, but over continents. So that would be my first comment. My second comment is that I also found very interesting your points about how African historians and Africanists have tried to justify what you termed as exclusion. Just very quickly, in Mexico, one of the ways that was not overcome, but how that was dealt with, is that said, well, yeah, New Spain was the center of the New West. The West is now East, so we're the New West because we have humanist thinkers, we have the printing press, we have silver. So that's been a line that began maybe in the 80s and has been very successful. And it's very useful, but I also think that needs to be overcome because that's also colonialist in a very big way. And then finally, I very much believe in you called it the collaborative short form writing. Here in Mexico, we would call it divulgación, to divulge to a general public or general audiences. And that's something that in our history department, we've begun to do, I think, quite effectively. And because we've got a doctorate in applied history. And part of that is actually doing what I would call in general terms, popular history. And if you want to overcome what you just said, one of the ways of overcoming and finding some solutions is working with the people and letting them give testimonies or write or do videos or whatever the new fashion is to create alternate histories to overcome this issue. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. So, any more questions, or go ahead? You better.
Should I try and answer? I'm going to forget. Sorry, Diego. Do you mind waiting? So, thank you all for those questions and the comments. First of all, just to say, yes, this is absolutely a matter of current responsibilities, and one of the things that I sometimes despair of is that people have impassioned debates about decolonizing the curriculum at a time when the government in my country is complicit in bombing civilians. What is the moral gap that exists in this thinking? We have to be aware of what is colonial now, as well as what is colonial in the past. I would agree. To your question, Arturo, one of the interesting things about Africanist scholarship, and I mean, Emily might also have views on this, is that I think certainly over the last 20 years or so, I think English language writing has tended in some ways to be to have a dominant influence even on French language writing. It may be a bit different for Senegal, but I work a lot with French colleagues, and the debates, the arguments, the approaches are actually very similar. And most of my French colleagues would say that if you want to have a successful career in African history, you have to publish in English, which of course is a ridiculous and terrible thing, but and it is the same also for colleagues in Germany. I actually read quite a lot of work by French or German colleagues, either because I read in French or because German colleagues publish in English. So there's a surprising degree, actually, I think, of coherence, if you like, in many of the things that I've been saying about the challenges and the concerns and the problems of scholarship in Europe. What I think is really interesting, and what I confess to ignorance on, and I should have said this in the talk, is emergent scholarship in India or China on Africa, which of course is, which must exist, but which I am not reading because I'm afraid I read neither, I read no Indian language and I do not read Chinese. But that, of course, will be a center of scholarly production and of increasing scholarly production in the future. And we should all be kind of looking to think of ways to engage with that scholarly production, because it will also, of course, come with different perspectives, which I think will be increasingly important. In terms of, well, you asked me about kind of globalization and how it changes things, and whether I think we are at a moment of change. And as I said at the beginning, we can easily delude ourselves into thinking we're at a moment of change. We, as historians, will be aware of that. But I think we genuinely are. And I think the way that knowledge politics work will actually change very significantly over the next 20 years, partly because of the rise of new centers of study in other parts of the world, Partly also, of course, because of declining funding for public research in Europe and North America. You know, the dominance of Europe and North America arises partly from public funding for research. That will change as circumstances in Europe and North America change. So this is a time of change. The future will not be the same as the past. I think that almost certainly is true. Alejandra, I thank you for your question or your comment. I should actually have stressed this more, because I think one of the things that's distinguished Africanist history writing and Africanist scholarship generally is that because of this sense of kind of insurgency or contrarianism, scholars in the field have tended to be not very concerned by disciplinary boundaries. That is, Africanist scholarship, we have tended to work very easily. I have worked with geographers, anthropologists, political scientists, archaeologists, religious studies. We are not particularly precious about, I'm a historian, I can only talk to historians. And I think that's actually been one great advantage of the field. And certainly when I look at my colleagues who work on European history or English history, they tend to be much more kind of talking to other historians. That's never been so much of a thing, and I think it's been a great strength of Africanist scholarship. My colleagues don't actually believe I'm a historian. They think I'm an anthropologist or a political scientist. So, yeah, did I answer the questions? I think I answered the questions, Clara. Did I? Except yes. What did I say? What was your question?
It wasn't a question. They were comments, but okay. I don't know.
I mean, I can't believe that we don't spend more time writing for popular audiences, especially now there are all these fantastic ways of doing so. Obviously, we should be doing that. And I think that, yes, I think that one of the other things that we can do much more of in the future is thinking about different kinds of experience of colonialism and how colonialism reproduces itself in different contexts and makes its way into people's lives and ways of thinking, which I think is part of your point about kind of, yeah. So, and I think it will be easier for us to understand that and easier for us to understand what people were doing when they did that if we look more across contexts. So yes, more of that. More historians of Mexico talking to historians of Africa, good thing, should happen. Sorry.
Any other questions? Okay, Tom.
Okay, so I have a question which I hope is not too sensitive, but thinking about the scenario that you propose of waning influence on the part of European and American academia, the rise of other universities, other centers of knowledge production. And I think the naturally inevitable resistance to this change on the part of Europe. And thinking specifically about the university where you work, the spaces where you work, how do you think, or how have you personally dealt with the tensions that arise from this situation, especially thinking about academia as another space of political discourse in which political discourse is produced, dealing with the tensions and with the intentions of fostering a more collaborative relationship with other universities in other places of the world.
Yeah, so
I think there's another question.
Yes.
Yeah. In your opinion, what topics of African history are important for understanding of present, but yet are still ignored or under-researched?
Thank you. Okay. Diego's question, I mean, it's a great question, Diego, because it points to the sort of the contradictions of my position, of the position of the academy generally on this, because on the one hand, I and my colleagues, I think we would all say that we are in favor of decolonizing the academy on some level, i.e. encouraging collaborations, On the other hand, it's very hard institutionally and sometimes also personally to let go of the positions of privilege which are created by what is fundamentally still a colonial context. And certainly on an institutional level, that's very tricky. My university still really kind of looks to itself as an institution that will bring in people from across the world and tell them how things are, right? So the whole system of university education on that sort of global scale is predicated on the understanding that people need to go to Europe or to North America in order to understand anything, right? So that's obviously a really problematic idea, but it's also the economic basis of my existence, right? So we all wrestle with that difficulty. And on the one hand, our institutions will say that they are committed to challenging that and undoing it. But of course, the institution is also reliant on that model in order to exist. Because if it were genuinely the case that knowledge were evenly distributed across the world, that there were no inequalities, then people from India would not feel they need to go to the UK to get a piece of paper that will then give them a better job in India, because Indian universities will be doing it instead, or they decide to go somewhere else. I mean, I'm all in favor of people traveling to study, by the way. I'm just not in favor of inequalities of people traveling to study. So it's very difficult for institutions which, on the one hand, are committed to doing this intellectually, to actually do it, because much of this comes down ultimately to money and to the financing of it, because the production of academic knowledge costs money. It takes time. For all the reasons that you can imagine, it costs money. So I think this is something that's going to happen not because of a planned program of decolonization by universities in Europe and North America. It's going to happen whether they like it or not. So that's, I think, in the long run, that's the trend of direction. Yeah. What are the things? I mean, everything, right? There is no aspect of human history that isn't interesting or potentially revealing for us in our present circumstances. If I were to think of areas where I think there is interesting new work going on, which is genuinely expanding our understanding, I think various kinds of environment or climate history, including what people now call histories of the more than human world, that is, histories which seek to understand non-human actors in the way that decisions have been taken. So how elephants actually shaped the history of Africa, not just people. So that kind of thing is actually, I think, quite interesting and again quite productive for ways of rethinking our own current dilemmas. I also think there has been quite a lot of recent good work, and there can be more good work on diasporas and migrations and the movement of ideas. To go back to your point, there's been interesting work on, well, what we now like to call the Atlantic world, which is also a kind of problematic phrase, but there has been an attempt to think about, okay, how do movements, the Atlantic world, I think is yes, a problematic phrase in a number of ways, but how do we understand the ways that people in the 15th or 16th century understood themselves as kind of part of what was actually a kind of an extensive community which spanned continents in one way or another. So that kind of thing is very interesting. And it also applies to what has happened to people in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, those histories of movement of ideas and of people which have reshaped how people understand what their futures are. There's some very interesting work going on what people call East Africa's global 1960s, which is looking at how people in East Africa in the 1960s saw themselves as part of a global moment of exchange and movement and ideas. We tend to look back on this as a kind of moment of closing down. For the people who lived there, that wasn't how it was. This was an exciting moment. And if we want to understand what comes out of that time, we need to understand those movements of people, of ideas, and of things. So we need to study the history of movement more as well, actually, both within and beyond the continent. And we need to not always be constrained by the continent as a frame for our work, which is the other kind of problematic thing that tends to happen with African history. We think African history stops at the edge of Africa, which is not actually true, obviously. But
Especially with slavery.
Especially with slavery, yeah. But also now, I mean, now with Africans are moved not only as slaves, the African contribution to the peopling of the rest of the world has been very substantial, even beyond slavery.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well, we'll let you rest. Thank you very much, Professor Willis, for being here and for your excellent paper that you delivered today. I know I learned a great deal, and I think this could be the beginning of a long relationship between CIDE and Durham. And before I sign off, I would like to give you this little present, which is from the Director General to thank you for being here.
That is extremely kind. Thank you. Very unexpected. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for coming, and that's the end.
Thank you all for listening. Oh, thank you. That's